Testing, testing.
All right. Ooh. Good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to our regular, I don't know what's going on with the mic here. Welcome to our June 24th regular City Council meeting. Just a quick reminder for everybody in the audience to turn off your phones or put them to vibrate as to not interrupt the meeting. And Councilmember Zernetskaya, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I guess I could read the land acknowledgement, although my microphone is pretty echoey. I'll go ahead and read the land acknowledgement. The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of the Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrieleño Tongva and the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Cutuvanga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrieleño descendants who are part of the Gabrieleño Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers, Kuyam, guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The City of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrieleño Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Calling the roll, Councilmember Zwick.
He's there.
It's me. Councilmember Zwick,
Here.
Councilmember Hall,
Present.
Councilmember Raskin,
Here.
Councilmember Snell,
Here.
Councilmember Zernetskaya,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis is absent at the moment, and Mayor Negrete.
Here.
I will now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any agenda items pursuant to the Levine Act. Hearing none, Mayor, do you have some agenda management?
Yes, there's a request to pull item 10A and continue that to July 8th, 2025. So we will not be hearing item 10A. If you're signed up for public comment, please make sure that you're not speaking on item 10A.
Okay, we'll now move on to general public input and comment on special agenda items. For regular meetings, public comments permitted on special agenda items and items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. For special meetings, public input is limited to scheduled special agenda items only. And it looks like we have about 20 speakers currently in the queue.
Okay, I'm going to call 5 speakers up in order. Jonathan Foster, Jerry Rubin, Andrew Gledhill, Derek Townsend, and Robert Brown.
Hello, is it on? Hello. Hi, Pure Corruptions. Jonathan Foster again. Saw you on the promenade a few times. There hasn't been a Phil Brock sighting in a few weeks. I haven't seen him. I usually see him on 3rd Street. So I saw some people drinking, walking up and down 3rd Street. I don't like it. There's nobody checking if they walk out. There's just a sign up there. It's actually in the way of the sidewalk. It's not good. So you've had this statement that you talk about the Tongva Native Americans, and I've said that this is not Mexico, but not saying it's. You're also not saying it's the United States, right? So even when Mexico was claiming it, it was still Tongva to them, right? That's what you're saying. Their boss is not Mexicali. The Tongva's boss isn't Mexicali. They don't listen to him. This is also what some Navajos say. They are not, never were, or will be Mexican. They're Navajo, right? And the people who took the Tongva land mandated the Spanish language. That was the Spanish, not the United States of America. So don't blame that on George. Stop doing that. That's who took the land. And isn't it really unknown who really owns land here? Anybody can tell me who really owns land here? That's decided by an army, though. Well, what if no one wants to fight? strange question. You wouldn't have to ponder on that. We know there were people here before the Native Americans. The archaeological dig proves this. They weren't the first people here. What are you talking about? The people who, though, in the name of the United States of America, who overcame unwinnable odds, were led by God, is who owns the land. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Kit Carson, Jonathan Wainwright, who I'm named after. That's why I know what the truth is.
Thank you. Jerry Rubin?
Okay. Thank you very, very much, Mayor Negretti, honored council members, city staff, police, fellow Santa Monicans. I'm a member of the Urban Forest Task Force, still. But I'm just speaking for myself. First, I want to say how wonderful it was to hear you and to applaud the police department after the June 14th No Kings event. It was Santa Monica. It was wonderful. And the Pride event on the promenade was fantastic. I'm here to personally invite you to my brother Marty's and his wife Joan's memorial, now that we have a place and a location. I'd love to have all of you, anybody that would like to come, on Saturday, August 2nd, 11 a.m. in Airport Park on 3200 block of Airport Drive. And I want to thank you, Mayor Negretti, council members, city clerk. It was really touching when the scroll arrived, because I wasn't able to stay that night. You adjourned the meeting in memory of my brother Marty. So it was great to get that scroll in the mail. It means a lot to me personally. So you're all invited, and we're pushing for a park, and hope that the city council unanimously sees it that way too. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Gledhill?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, if I can just interrupt for a second. It looks like we have a minor registered, so if
Oh.
we want to, Ellie K. Is Ellie K here?
Ellie Kay?
Here together? Okay.
Yeah. Who's going first, Ben or Ellie?
I'm gonna speak, but
Okay, hi.
she wants to.
Ellie, I say next time you grab the mic, okay?
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I didn't think I would need to come talk to you again about this, but my dad told me there are a lot of people who want to change what happens with the airport after everybody voted for a park. If I was old enough, I would have definitely voted to support the park. Please don't take away the space the park needs in order to build more housing. There is already so much new construction around Santa Monica. Can't we find better places for more housing? And why does the airport park have to be the solution for this? I'm here tonight to say again how much our city needs more green space, especially with all the new residents moving in. We need enough more sports field. We need enough more wild natural spaces restored in our city for things like hiking and fishing and exploring. This benefits all of us, including those people who would move into affordable housing. The wildlife in our area deserves to have a suitable home too. My family just drove up to the mountains for a few days because we wanted time in nature, and we can't get that near home. The people who want to use the airport park for housing are asking to take away the chance to have more nature close to home. Please let the park move forward as originally planned. Ellie, do you want a bunch of housing, or do you want a big, beautiful park where you can play?
I want a park.
Good night, and thank you for listening.
Oh, sorry, I think that deserves an applause. Very well read and very well spoken, thank you. Mr. Gledhill?
Mayor Negretti and council members, Ms. Polachek, good evening. I'm Andrew Gledhill, and I serve as Vice Chair of the Urban Forest Task Force, where I serve with Jerry Rubin, of course. Our group seeks to do three things: to protect, to preserve, and to increase the city's canopy. Your excellent staff, led by Matthew, do a great job in protecting and preserving, but opportunities to increase our tree cover are limited. The good news is that there is one great prospect ahead. At the last task force meeting, we had a presentation from Peter James on the airport conversion process, following which we passed a unanimous motion applauding the principle of starting with nature, expressing enthusiasm for the trees to come once SMO closes, and supporting a park compliant with Measure LC. Thank you all for your work in making the great park happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Townsend?
Hey, good evening, City Council. My name is Derek Townsend. I am applying to serve on the Disability Commission. For the past 17 years, I've worked as an occupational therapist within Los Angeles and Santa Monica.
Can I pause? This is actually an agendized item.
Yeah, sorry.
So it should be, yeah, you should speak on this later.
Okay, perfect. Sorry.
Thank you. Robert Brown? And then before Mr. Brown starts, I've got up next Joseph Hardin, John Fairweather, Alan Levinson, and Cody Kay.
Joe and I are speaking together in order to introduce a video shot by Gavin Scott, which was sent to the city clerk last night. I would like to thank all of you who spoke at the No Kings Day rally. It was really fantastic to see you all there. I'd also like to mark the 2-year anniversary since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. That was today. The next video is shot by Gavin Scott, who can't be here. He's recovering from surgery. But this is a video entitled Saving the Airport Park. Roll 'em. So anyway, have you heard the one about...
Pause your time.
Can we go back to the beginning, please?
Yeah, give me a second.
Not up on the big screen. Thank you.
Sorry, we're juggling multiple screens since we have a
Gotcha.
public.
Oh, there we go.
In 2014, the people of Santa Monica voted overwhelmingly for Measure LC, so that when Santa Monica Airport closes in 2028, it will become a great park. During the city's recent outreach program, to find out what sort of park, the same overwhelming majority made it clear they still want the LC-compliant green space. But somehow, when the staff report on the outreach emerged, 2 of the 3 options they offered involved paving over much of the park for roads and housing. Now, the council has to decide what to do. For decades, the city of Santa Monica has prioritized building new housing in the downtown area, in former industrial areas, or along public transport corridors. Putting new housing at Santa Monica Airport would contradict all of that. Little of Santa Monica Airport is near transit centers or shops, so people living there would be dependent on cars in an area where traffic is already often at a standstill. It would mean new road building, new water and sewer lines, and countless other utilities, all of which urban sprawl the people of Santa Monica would have to pay for. And if the city backed a non-LC compliant option, it would give the aviation industry the chance they've been waiting for. A ballot initiative where big money could pour in to stop the part happening at all. To keep the airport open, the corporate jets flying in, and thousands of air taxis buzzing day in and day out over Santa Monica. The aviation industry knows they can't defeat a pure park, but any future for the airport that involves housing or commercial development will split voters and allow them to stop the airport closing at all. To make sure this doesn't happen, the council needs to back a plan for the LC-compliant park everyone has been asking for. Open land on this scale will never again be available in Santa Monica. Once it's been paved over, it'll be gone forever. In the words of a former mayor of the city, for the council to back anything other than an LC-compliant great park now would be to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. But if they do get it right, the children of Santa Monica today and generations of children and adults to come will thank them for their wisdom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Fairweather?
I was just here actually in case that there was a technical problem with the video, which fortunately there wasn't. I was the extra 2 minutes. My name is John Fairweather. I was chair of Measure LC, and I'm on the board of Airport to Park and the Great Park Coalition. And you don't need me to tell you what the right thing to do. I'm sure you all know. So thank you.
Thank you. Alan Levinson, and before Mr. Levinson comes up, I'm going to call up a few more names. Cody Kay, Jacob Wasserman, Ashley Olson, and Mike Feinstein.
Hi, everybody. Alan Levinson. I'd like to just speak a moment. It's kind of boring, but the financial case for a great park. We hear oftentimes the park's going to cost $2 billion. We can't afford it. So I'd like to make the case of how we could afford it. Some key fact. With the airport is estimated in 2029 to pull in $20 to $22 million in lease revenue and modest park fees. I'm proposing that the council sets up an enterprise fund for the park, just like we have for the airport, just like we have for the pier, where it is a enterprise fund, which is by definition, an enterprise fund is a self-sustaining city-run account that pays for its own operations through fees or lease revenue, just like Santa Monica Airport does now and the Great Park can in the future. So by 2028, the lease revenue is projected to be 20 to 22 million. This can cover all park operations. We can back this up, and my figures are in line with what the Great Park Coalition figures, what they've been working on. We can support staffing. We can repay a $75 to $150 million bond that can be taken out on the lease profits. That doesn't cost the city anything, doesn't cost the residents anything, doesn't require a vote. So it can be a self-sustaining park. There'll be additional revenues from parking and fields. So I support a full, sustainable park with climate resilience that offers shade, biodiversity, water reuse, place for kids to play, place for people to walk. The park is viable. We can do this. There's money to do it, and I have a handout if you want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think Cody was who came up earlier, right? Okay. Ben, are you coming up too? Okay. You can get behind Mike, I guess. I have Jacob Wasserman.
Hi, thank you all. My name is Jacob Wasserman. I'm an applicant for the Planning Commission, but I'll talk about that later. I'm here to talk about two things, unfortunately, quite tonally different. The first is about the ICE raids and what the city can do about it. I don't think I need to say that they're inhumane. As a Jew, my hair stands up when I see what's going on, our friends, our neighbors being kidnapped. And I got a text in my parent group that there was a raid at Douglas Park. I went out. It turns out, I think that nothing happened. And then I saw your Instagram post that it probably was incorrect. But we don't know. And I just want to ask the city, one, to continue to publish information about ICE activity and your rights under the Constitution. Two, to have staff to monitor places where ICE might raid, work sites, unfortunately parks, daycares. And then three, to investigate them as if they were crimes, because we don't know. They're not identifying themselves. And so I really hope the city is doing that. I know that they're already doing good work, and I want to thank you for that. The second is something far more wonky. I was looking over the maps that the city has for a major transit stop, which is a state-defined rail station or the intersection of two bus routes. And there's all sorts of housing provisions and zoning provisions that go with proximity to that. But the city actually defines it wrong. They use a single point, like one point on the platform, and that's what SCAG does too. But actually, the state Department of Housing and Community Development says that it has to be the whole platform in any parking lot. And actually, if you think about it, that can extend the half-mile radius quite substantially for some of our Expo line stops. So I just want to make sure that the city is in compliance with state guidance there, and I hope those maps get updated. Thanks.
Thank you. Ashley Olson?
I have a video. That's perfect. Okay. Good evening. On July 5th, the Beach Club plans on hosting a fireworks show for their private members only a few hundred yards from the Palisades burn zone. Our beaches are still reeling from the environmental damage resulting from these catastrophic fires. Ongoing concerns about beach contamination and public health remain paramount within our community. Investigations continue to point towards fireworks as being the possible ignition source of the Palisades fire. Hosting a fireworks show in this location is dangerously insensitive, environmentally harmful, and directly contradicts Santa Monica's commitment to public safety and environmental health. Fireworks release hazardous substances such as aluminum, copper, and carbon monoxide, polluting air, water, and our beaches. These contaminants severely impact marine ecosystems, wildlife habitats, and public recreational spaces. Fireworks can cause severe stress for veterans with PTSD, pets, and residents traumatized by the recent fires. Despite our city's total ban on fireworks, the Beach Club exploits a jurisdictional loophole by using a parking lot just across city lines to file a permit with LA City. However, they launch explosives directly on the dividing line of the two cities on the sand and over our beaches, including an ecologically sensitive area. Allowing toxic chemical discharge over our beach where fireworks are explicitly banned is unacceptable. I have personally witnessed the Santa Monica Bluff catching fire on 4 separate occasions. We know that if more than 9 fire hydrants in Santa Monica are activated simultaneously, water pressure fails and hydrants stop working and functioning. Permitting fireworks here heightens this critical risk. My understanding is that the permit with LAFD is pending. I respectfully urge council to speak up against the Beach Club fireworks show. Please act to protect our coastline, community, and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Feinstein?
Good evening. With the impending closure of Santa Monica Airport and the return of 190 acres to local public control, we have a legacy opportunity that few communities ever experience. And that's why I flew here directly from Vietnam and came here to encourage you to pursue an LC compliant great park for our Santa Monica Airport conversion. And I do so because it is the best and only way to address our acute park and open space shortage. The main advantage, of course, is that we can have a full range of park and open space uses, from organized fields to picnic tables for families, walking paths, etc. The opportunity is that we'll never have a contiguous open space of this size again. And that offers certain options that we will just never have in the future. There are many reasons not to build a large housing project here. It's the wrong place. It's far from transit. It's far from community serving commercial and retail. We need to be building urban infill philosophy. We practiced that for decades. This turns an urban environmentalism on its head. It also would force conflicts with our park uses if we cut down the space unnecessarily. And it would take away our ability to balance housing density and park space forever by losing half of the space. And finally, it risks a counter ballot measure, and a housing measure will lose. And the airport will remain in place because a housing measure will break the LC coalition. It will lose. The determinant social justice livability issue here is to provide open space for present and future generations, and especially the 2/3 of residents who live in apartments and don't have private open space. That's how you govern for everybody. If you go down the wrong path, you will.
Thank you. Ben Kay. And after Mr. Kay, I have Zoe Muntaner, Ann Bowman, John Medellin, and Patty Braun.
Good evening, esteemed mayor and council. It's been a while since I've last testified here. My name is Benjamin Kay. I've lived in our city and worked here as a science instructor at Sam Ohio SMC for almost 2 decades. I've also served on our Clean Beaches Commission for the last decade, and more recently on the Great Park Coalition Advisory Board. My scientific research focuses on environmental management. As a father of 2 and one who is deeply concerned about mounting environmental degradation, I'm here to encourage the council to support a publicly owned LC-compliant park. I also wish to reiterate Dean Kubani's previous testimony and that of Michael Feinstein, who have said that we have plenty of infill spaces to meet our affordable housing needs, and these locations are indeed closer to key transit corridors. Much of my past testimony right here, alongside my students, friends, family members, partners in eco-crime, have been concerned with environmental safeguards, especially with respect to plastics and climate disruption. The Santa Monica City Councils of yesteryear adopted policies like the Rights of Nature Sustainability Rights Ordinance, Food Service Wear and Carryout Bag Ordinances, EV Charger Reach Code, Zero Emission Building Code, and an LC-compliant Great Park. Did you hear that? A great park, not a housing development. Each past action took visionary leadership, with 1, weighing constituent concerns and expert testimony, and 2, distinguishing science-backed evidence from the big industry claims. I witnessed many lobbyists standing right here in pinstripe suits peddling the greenwash misinformation. It's time again for visionary leadership for our city council to act progressively and in accordance with 9 former mayors and deliver on that LC-compliant Great Park, one that shuns special interests of development and aviation, prioritizing the ecosystem services realized through maximizing green and blue spaces. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Zoe Muntener.
Before I start, I went to see Zoe, Miss Polacek, at the shelter, the dog that you presented 3 weeks ago. Hi, I want to give you an update of the saga from the scam of ordinance of code enforcement and rent control law. I received documents from the owner of the property that claim that Sean Besser and Janine Morris owed over $100,000. I also found a bill from the Santa Monica Fire Department addressed to Janine Morris for $177.93. And I noticed that in the statement, you don't charge interest after 30 days or 60 days or 90 days like parking do. And in the current financial crisis that we are facing, I think it's a good idea to put penalties when the bills are not paid especially by people that are taking advantage of the city code enforcement. So I'm going to place those documents in the record for you to look at during your closed sessions. Pandora Investment Properties, James Suarez presented this document last week. However, I told them on October 13 of 2024 that they were breaking the law. So I don't know why they waited all this time to give a 3-day notice to Sean Besser and Janine Morris, but I'm going to put the 3-day notice here. Someone tried to actually break into my apartment last week and I had to call the police. So the total amount that they owe is $96,937.68. I brought it to the attention of the city attorney, and I hope that you can fix this. Thank you.
Ann Bowman.
Hey, good evening, council members, city manager, interim Elaine Polacek. My name's Ann Bowman. I'm a resident. I'm one of your Recreation and Parks Commissioners. I'm also a member of the Great Park Coalition. I appreciated Alan Levinson's comments about a Great Park Enterprise Fund, and I wanted to talk a little bit about park financing tonight. And with all of my hats on, I've looked at the 3 scenarios that came out on May 17th very carefully, and a lot of us were really worried because we saw a lot, right, of new development in each scenario, really, privatization of the land for revenue generation. And I and others are concerned that this is a false narrative, or maybe a false narrative that needs to be explored in depth by the council. So I don't know to what degree you'll be getting numbers and financials about park financing on July 8th from HRNA. They're your economic and market analyst. But what I hope you'll see, and I hope you'll insist on seeing if you don't see it, is an analysis of, what is the existing revenue generation from the site now, from all of the non-aviation uses, and then also from aviation uses that currently exist that could be converted post-closure to really fund the park, as Mr. Levinson stated. So that really is your foundation. You need to see, like, how much can we get from every single building that's there. That is your foundation for making any decisions going forward about park planning and park financing. And then on top of that, layer in money for water infrastructure that may exist, public money for park and open space reclamation, philanthropy, private donations. There are a lot of different layers that y'all want to look at before you even start putting giant buildings on this site. So I hope you will insist on seeing those fundamental foundational details. Thanks so much.
Thank you. John Medlin, sorry, earlier I said Medellin, I don't know why, but you were.
Well, ma'am,
Not
I
Colombia.
changed my name to Medlin tonight. What is the #1 priority of all governments? Public safety. So first of all, I want to congratulate the Santa Monica Police Department for reducing the violent crimes in the city of Santa Monica in 2024. Congratulations. Also doing a great job on the demonstration we had on the 14th. Thank you. Now, how many of you heard rockets coming in, aside from Councilmember Hall? No one else did either. I came here straight from Vietnam 55 years ago. We have to keep this place safe. The work that's being done has to be continued. We had a law passed or something in which the monies from the park was to go to public safety. You guys have changed it. 6 of you support distribution of needles in the park. I don't get it, folks. Please take into consideration the people here. We have to have public safety so we can keep not having to worry about rockets coming in. It's not a fun thing. You can ask Councilmember Hall how much fun it can be. Of course, he was on the other side, he was shooting them too. That's a good thing to see, especially if it's a Cobra. I love Cobras. So again, I know you guys do a lot of work. I mean, I have missed a couple of things because I am now involved in politics in a building, which is crazy. My hat's off to you. You guys put up with a lot of personal attacks, which are unfounded. I congratulate you on that, but please put us first, put public safety first. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Braun, and then after Ms. Braun, I have Nicole Ferries and Jill Hawkins.
Good evening, Mayor Negretti, Mayor Pro Tem Terosas, esteemed council members. I am Patty Braun, the Vice President of Community Concerns for the Santa Monica Malibu PTA Council, in which I've served in elected leadership for nearly 3 decades. So I'm really old and I've been around a while. I was President Emeritus back in 2014 when SMMPTA, concerned by the dangerous airport and its toxic emissions in a residential neighborhood so close to our schools and our preschools, and motivated by the tremendous need for recreational green and blue spaces in our park-poor, rapidly densifying city, engaged in a comprehensive study of Measure LC, as is our what do we say? Our process, thank you. And after examining the issues thoroughly, SMMPTA Council, with all the presidents representing our school sites, voted to endorse Measure LC. PTA Council and the families and teachers from all the Santa Monica schools that we represent then hit the streets and the phones to help pass this measure. With the understanding that some things have changed in our city, SMMPTA Council has re-examined the issues just this fall, and I'm happy to say that our council voted to reaffirm our commitment to Measure LC with its aim of maximizing the 192 acres of SMO to create a great park with no development dividing up that very precious land. Santa Monica has only 1.4 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents, and at the city's current 92,000 Population level, Santa Monica is severely park poor by all LA County, state, and national measures, and this negatively affects our city's children the most. As density increases in Santa Monica over the next decades, the need for children and youth, particularly those in multifamily housing with no backyards and gardens, to run, to explore outdoor learning gardens, to exercise pets, to play sports, to swim, to fully immerse themselves in nature.
Thank you. Nicole Ferries. And after Ms. Ferries is Jill Hawkins.
Okay, can you hear me? All right, here we go. Good evening, Mayor Negretti, Mayor Pro Tem Terosas, and esteemed City Council members and Cabinet. My name is Nicole Ferries. I am the president of the Santa Monica Malibu Council of PTAs. So obviously I joined Patty in speaking for an LC-compliant Great Park on the airport site. As advocates for a Great Park, SMM PTA leaders have encouraged the Santa Monica students and families that we represent at all of our school sites to take part in listening sessions, surveys, and parent engagement events. Hundreds of our families have done so, asking for no development on this land and for a great park to serve all of our residents, particularly keeping in mind the growing number of children and youth without backyards and adequate space to play. The published results of the public engagement have shown unequivocally that Santa Monica prefers an LC-compliant Great Park with no development that would trigger a ballot measure, and with amenities connected to culture, arts, sports, and recreation. Perhaps small restaurants, cafes, or children's museum, a small outdoor performing arts space, fields, sports facilities, et cetera, et cetera. We have just one large-scale piece of land on which to create an expansive, innovative Great Park in our seriously park-poor city. SMM PTA Council speaks for our parents, teachers, on behalf of Santa Monica school children. We ask that you honor the will of the voters who passed LC in 2014 and the preferences of thousands of parents and families that we represent who have engaged in the airport process. Please do not divide up this land with development, but rather create a spectacular Great Park that will help generations to come to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Hawkins.
Jill Hawkins. So cost of living increases for cost of living adjustments is 2 to 3%. So if you're gonna raise parking passes double, that's over that, that's a direct attack on this residents. It's a direct attack on the residents, it's direct attack economically on the residents. You're pushing out the poor. Like, think about this, guys. Think about to raise double, it should be 2 or 3%, just like it always is. You guys, if you guys vote for this to increase $150 for parking tickets, you're attacking the residents. Why are you attacking the residents? Please consider this. You all live here. 2 to 3% increase is standard, not what you guys are even considering in your bill. Right? You guys, let's be for the people. Let's not attack the people. I mean, we're all tired of all the money being lost into the NGOs, and then you're going after the people instead. Like, life is tough enough here. Think of other ways to get money in the city, but it's not this way. Thanks.
Thank you, and that concludes public comment in that section. And
correct. We'll now move on to special agenda items. Item 2A, proclamation for Men's Mental Health Awareness Month.
Sorry, my screen kind of came back. I have one speaker. We're doing public comment? I'm sorry.
We're done with public comment. For right now, we're doing the special agenda item.
Oh, sorry. I was lost on public comment. My screen went blank. All right, so this month is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, and are the folks from NAMI here? Hi, sorry. So June was Men's Mental Health Awareness, and Councilmember Raskin is going to read a proclamation, and then if you'd like to speak after.
Thank you.
So I have the honor of reading a proclamation that was prepared by the city. Whereas June is recognized nationally as Men's Month, and NAMI Westside LA seeks to expand this focus to include men's mental health, recognizing that mental well-being is essential to overall health. And whereas men are nearly 4 times more likely to die by suicide than women, and stigma continues to prevent too many men from seeking help. And whereas NAMI Westside LA has launched initiatives such as the Man Up and Randy Ryan podcast to open up honest conversations around men's mental health and break the silence surrounding this crisis. And whereas this month serves as a critical reminder to encourage men to prioritize their emotional well-being and seek support without shame. And whereas Adeline Fagan, Randy Ryan, and Aaron Raftery Ryan have demonstrated exceptional leadership and advocacy in promoting mental health awareness and resources for men in our community. And whereas, through educational programming, storytelling, and public engagement, NAMI Westside LA continues to uplift men's voices and create space for healing and connection. And whereas the City of Santa Monica recognizes the importance of community collaboration in addressing mental health challenges and commends the efforts of those who work to uplift and support men's mental wellness. Now, therefore, Lana Negrete, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, does hereby proclaim the month of June 2025 as Men's Mental Health Awareness Month.
Thank you so much. On behalf of our entire team at the National Alliance on Mental Health, Westside Los Angeles, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the City of Santa Monica for honoring us with this incredible proclamation. It is truly humbling to receive such recognition, especially as we launch something so close to our hearts, our new podcast, Man Up with Randy Ryan. Man Up was born out of a desire to create a space for honest, real, and sometimes uncomfortable conversations about what it means to be a man today. In a time where vulnerability is strength and connection is power, we're committed to breaking down stereotypes, supporting mental wellness, and encouraging growth, one episode at a time. To have this mission acknowledged by such forward-thinking and inclusive city means the world to us. Santa Monica has always been a community that embraces innovation and dialogue, and your support not only validates our purpose, it inspires us to keep going, keep evolving, and keep showing up for the men who need these conversations most. Thank you again to the City Council, Mayor Lana, and everyone involved in this proclamation. We accept it with great pride and with even greater responsibility. Here's to lifting each other up, manning up in the best ways possible. Let's make a difference together.
Thank you so much. Before we go down to take a picture, I just wanted to state that how this came about was someone wrote a comment on my Instagram post that we didn't acknowledge Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. So I just want to say that we don't always get it right. There's a lot of things to acknowledge, and so I'm grateful to that and for the meeting that we had. And so thank you for coming and sharing, and we would love to come down and take a picture with you.
Thank you. NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Some people call it NAMI. No, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And you're delighted to join me.
Yeah, oh yeah, no.
Should say people.
Should I know that?
We'll now move on to public input on items under consent calendar and closed session only. Public input is not permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have 2 speakers for this item.
City Clerk, if we could hold for a second, I think there's going to be a motion.
So I would like to make a motion because we just learned of an opportunity to participate in litigation being filed by several jurisdictions. Because of the confidential nature of this litigation, we cannot disclose more than that at this time. It's our understanding that the litigation will be filed imminently to address immediate constitutional concerns. And so therefore I move that given the immediate need for us to hear this matter, which arose after tonight's agenda was posted, we vote to hear this matter in closed session tonight. I understand this vote will require a 2/3 majority to pass, and the agenda title will be Conference with Legal Counsel, deciding whether to initiate litigation under Government Code Section 54956, subsection C, one case.
I'll second that.
Do we need to do a voice vote or
We have to do a
roll call?
Yeah. Thanks. So Terosis and Snell. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
And Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
7-0. Okay, now we'll move back to public input on items under consent calendar and closed session only. Public input is not permitted on ordinances for second reading adoption, and we have 2 speakers.
I just have one listed. I just see Zoe Montanero is up.
Bob Adams is also listed.
Yeah.
Okay. Bob Adams and Zoe Montanero.
Hers is wrong.
No, not second reading, no.
Bob Adams. Hi.
And Mr. Adams, if you could just state for the record which item or items you're speaking on.
Yes, I just want to confirm I get 4 minutes.
For one item, yes. Which item?
It's 4F.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'm honored to be here. My name is Bob Adams. I'm the business representative with AFSCME District Council 36, and I also represent your management team, AFSCME Local 4819. On the agenda before you is the consent calendar, which is to approve the contract that we negotiated. I just wanted to thank the city's team for their professionalism during the process. In times past, it hasn't been that fun or professional, but I would like to thank the team for the city doing that. Now, saying that, even though our members overwhelmingly approved the TA that was given, the management team wanted me to say a few words, and that's what I'm going to do. As a reminder, we are your management team. We're a small group, about 38 members, but we have over 435 years of dedicated experience for the city of Santa Monica. As your management team, we are deeply committed to operationalizing the goals established by City Council. We have been steadfast in our support of the City Council and the city through the COVID-19 pandemic, the layoffs that we had, the civil unrest, economic decline, and the Palisades fires. We have been a source of continuity in the city during time of great transition, navigating changes in executive leadership, enduring numerous staffing vacancies, and consistently stepping up to take on additional responsibilities outside of our job specs, which we happily did. Frankly, we do more with less here. Now, we have a lean staff. We're operating with a reduced workforce. As an example, we supervise more employees than our West Side counterparts. As an example, Beverly Hills, there's 6 employees to every manager. In Culver City, there's 9 employees to every manager. West Hollywood, there's 10.5 to every manager. Santa Monica is 38 employees to every manager. Now, we work this way unwaveringly, despite not receiving adequate cost of living adjustments that keep up with the CPI, which normally goes around 3 to 3.5. We have done this without recognition, without additional staff support or financial resources. Now, we stand united to ensure that our voice is heard and our years of exceptional service and loyalty and professionalism are recognized. It's important that we do not overlook the very management leaders that have kept this city afloat during most of these challenging times. We must stay aggressive in our recruitment. Now, management team asks that the city council continue to monitor and commit to equitable recognition of compensation benefits, as well as maintaining a life quality balance for our workers going forward. As the council sets future priorities, it's important that we ensure that management staff does not have to carry the weight of the city without support and recognition, because retention, resilience, and results begin with us. So the management team wanted me to present that to you, just to remind you that, hey, we're working for you. And, but it's been a struggle. We stay here late at night, as you know, and we just ask for your support going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that closes public comment for that section.
Correct. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for dissent. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I have no messages.
Yeah. Does anyone have any items to pull for discussion? Seeing none, do we have a motion to move the consent calendar?
Motion to move consent calendar.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Raskin. All in,
No.
oh, sorry, I don't know why I always want to do that.
It's okay. Councilmember Zernitzkaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Okay, we'll now move on to
Can I just make one quick comment? I just wanted to acknowledge that we've just passed our algorithmic rental price fixing ordinance, which I believe, you know what I'm talking about, Doug. Our algorithmic rental price fixing ordinance, which takes effect in 30 days. And I believe that we're one of the few jurisdictions in the country to do this. I just want to thank our city attorney and our consumer protection unit for being so diligent in ensuring, especially since the fires, that we are looking at every opportunity to combat price gouging and taking advantage of these victims, and also to ensure that we have fair pricing in our city. So I wanted to say thank you to the city attorney's office.
We'll now move on to closed session. There are 4 closed sessions on the agenda and one additional one that was added by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis. The 4 is printed on the agenda are item 5A, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Courtney Brusoff versus the city and others. 5B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Azumi Streller versus the city and others. Item 5C, regarding the public employee appointment, regarding the interim city manager. And item 5D, conference with labor negotiator, regarding the bargaining units as presented on the agenda.
City attorney, when do you expect we'll be back?
7:45, hour 15 minutes.
Okay, so that adjourns this session. We'll be back by no earlier than 7:45. Thank you. All right, welcome back. City Attorney, do we have anything to report out?
All of the matters were heard. There is nothing to report out now. Thank you.
Okay,
I will, actually, first is the city manager's report.
yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. This past Saturday was the official start of summer, and Santa Monica was bustling. Thank you to everyone who attended the Pride events, Make Music Day events, and Main Street Summer Solstice Festival, and enjoyed the new 3rd Street Promenade Entertainment Zone. This coming weekend will also be packed with the Pier 360 Beach Festival and the Santa Monica Classic, including a strongman contest that will kick off with a strongman pulling one of our very own Big Blue buses on Thursday. And then the following Friday, 4th of July, will be the annual Santa Monica 4th of July Parade on Main Street. Please remember that all fireworks are illegal in Santa Monica, so please be responsible and courteous to your neighbors and pets. Last but not least, we have our pet of the meeting. Here she is. This is Ladybug. She's a 3-year-old Doberman Pinscher who is sweet, playful, and energetic. She loves baths and treats and would do best in an active family full of energy and spunk just like her. And you can always visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop the Chewy wish list. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Ladybug?
We can. Travel announcements, is that next?
Yes, do any council members have anything to report on travel since our last regular meeting?
I do. I went to the U.S. Conference of Mayors annual meeting in Tampa Bay, Florida last Wednesday through Sunday. There was over 135 mayors from across the nation. We met on everything from federal policy, public-private partnerships, small business sessions. LA 28 met with us, FIFA, and then, of course, we had impromptu but very well-informed and attended ICE raid-specific meetings with other mayors. I brought a lot back, one of which I hope to work with my colleagues here to do something that Detroit and Bloomington are doing called Hatch, so I hope we can roll that out at some point. But besides the sessions and the connecting and making relationships, I think the most beneficial was the conversations with FIFA, as that is coming up before the Olympics next week. So that was my report on travel. And then I haven't been able to do a mayor's highlight. I'm going to keep it brief, and unfortunately these students are not here, but something I started with Councilmember Brock a while back was to create a youth city council. Youth advisory council is what they're calling themselves. And I kind of went rogue, staff can look away, cover your ears, because we couldn't really get staff around supporting it at City Hall. So I just decided to do it myself. And I know my colleagues will be meeting hopefully with them soon and introducing themselves to them and working with them. We've had about 4 meetings. A student from Samo High, Finlay, and 3 others managed interviewing. It was a pretty rigorous process, I will say, where they took in applications and did interviews here at City Hall. We've had multiple meetings, as you can see here. They do everything in terms of putting it together. They have a teacher who comes in and is with them the entire time. The last meeting was here in Chambers. They look at the agenda every week, and what to look forward to is them attending every so often and offering their thoughts on items on the agenda. So the Youth Advisory Council is not only open to Samo High students, there is a couple of students not in Samo High, and even our Pali South students are connecting and getting interested. And that is it for the mayor's highlight.
We'll now move on to public input on remaining agenda items only. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. Public input for 12 items will be heard at the time when the public hearing is called. So this public input will only be for items 16A and 16B. And it looks like we have 3 speakers.
Yes. I'm going to call all 3 up in order: Denise Barton, Andrew Hoyer, and Tim Bowler.
I don't have Tim Bowler on my list. It looks
Do
like it
you?
should be Deborah Lynch, Jacob Wasserman, and Zoe Montanero.
Oh, I have a totally different, oh, I'm sorry, maybe I was looking at the
Yeah,
wrong
you're
thing.
fine.
Sorry about that. If I called you, I did that incorrectly.
There is no tonight. It was
Deborah Lynch, Jacob Wasserman, and Zoe Muntaner. Sorry about that. You guys are on the next one.
Yeah, I think only Mr. Wasserman is here.
Okay.
You may proceed. Oh, let me turn on your mic. Now you may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Jacob Wasserman, not related to any other Wassermans who might be in Greater LA. And I am an applicant for the Planning Commission, item 16A. Just a little bit about myself. I am a renter in Santa Monica, so I know firsthand how unaffordable and bad the housing crisis has gone. But it also has given me an appreciation for the strong renter protections this city has, and both of those are going to be things that I work on the Planning Commission. I am a driver, transit user, pedestrian, and biker. There's no other place in LA that I would be comfortable biking my daughter, but I do here. She's gonna go to college and say, "You mean you didn't bike along the beach to your school?" And as the Planning Commission oversees the circulation element as well, I will work on that. And literally in my backyard, I live right next door to the Upward Bound house, and if anything, I will fight tooth and nail for supportive and transitional housing for our unhoused neighbors. I am, in my work, I work at UCLA in a think tank on transportation. We study public transit, shared mobility, freight, you name it, for the public benefit, for the state, cities, and the federal government. And as part of that, I have studied everything from the intersection of transit service and state housing mandates. I've done pro formas for affordable housing development. I've worked on solutions that transit agencies take to homelessness. And as part of that, I've been awarded by the American Planning Association, California chapter, and USDOT for my work. But all told, it just means that what I do for a living is to study transportation and land use, and I will take that passion and that knowledge onto the Planning Commission. Because if anything, I'm going to bring an evidence-based approach. I plan to look at the research, look at what other cities have done. Santa Monica is forward-thinking in a lot of things, but there are other places that we can look to, studies that we can look to, evidence that we can look to. And I currently serve on the North Westwood Neighborhood Council in Los Angeles. You can serve on these neighborhood councils if you work at a place and not necessarily live. So I'm well familiar with the Brown Act and everything that comes with being on a public board. But also, I've helped a local business get a liquor license. I've helped developments get through design review. There was one particular development that I pushed to fully utilize their density bonus so we could have more student housing, but also critiqued them for the way they were treating their current tenants on the site that was going to be torn down, because I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And I have loved that work, but I'd like to bring my passion home here to Santa Monica. Broadly speaking, I'd like to see the Planning Commission take on the cost of housing, rethink our pseudoscientific parking mandates that drive up the cost of housing. I'm a student of the late, great Don Shoup, who worked on that. And make room for more missing middle or gentle density housing, bungalow courts, townhomes, sixplexes. This is what we're going to need if Santa Monica is going to be affordable. And of course, always fighting for more affordable housing, for subsidized housing, supportive housing for our unhoused neighbors. That will be my North Star. So thank you for the consideration. I'm glad that we have a council that thinks about these issues deeply and a planning commission that thinks about these issues deeply. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to be clear, Deborah Lynch and Zoe Muntaner are not here? All right, so that closes public comment for that section.
That is correct, sorry. We'll now move on to item 12A, approval of the proposed 2025-2029 5-year consolidated plan and the 2025-26 annual action plan allocating federal community development block grant and Home Investment Partnerships Act program funds. And just a reminder, this is a public hearing.
All right, and I have now Denise Barton, Andrew Hoyer. I'm so sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Amaral. I'm with the Housing and Human Services Department. We are here to hold a public hearing tonight for consideration and approval of the 25-29 5-year CDBG Home Consolidated Plan and the 25-26 Annual Action Plan. And we have a short presentation to be conducted by Jennifer Alpha, our consultant from TDA Consulting. She'll walk us through the process and then open the floor to any public comment or questions from the council. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me here tonight. Just a quick question about advancing the slides. Oh, there's a clicker. Over here. Just the mouse. Clicker. Yes, thank you so much. TDA Consulting is a national consulting firm, and we provide planning and technical assistance support to communities across the country, particularly as it relates to HUD funding. So the purpose of this public hearing is to provide some context on the consolidated planning process. We'll be reviewing the priority needs and the goals that have been proposed in the draft 2025 to 2029 CDBG and home funds sections of the consolidated plan. And then we will also review the activities in the 25 to 26 annual action plan. And then finally, we'll be soliciting some final public input prior to the submission of the plan to HUD for review and approval. So a consolidated plan is a 5-year comprehensive plan that you can think of like a strategic planning document. This is going to outline how the city intends to use their HUD funds through the CDBG and home programs over the next 5 years. The consolidated plan identifies priority needs and sets strategic funding goals. The consolidated plan, as I mentioned, is more of a strategic plan, and it is implemented annually through the annual action plan. And that is going to use the goals that are set in that 5-year document to make the decisions on an annual basis as allocations are announced from HUD. So both the consolidated plan and the annual action plan must have a public participation process, and that's partly what this public hearing is for. The draft plans also must be published for a 30-day comment period. And so we are in the midst of that as well. The plans currently developed, as we've mentioned, cover the 5-year period from 2025 through 2029 and this upcoming annual plan year through 2026. To develop these plans, we engage in data analysis. So we look at data coming from the census and the ACS, along with other data sources. And we also conduct community outreach that includes things like doing digital surveys, stakeholder interviews, community meetings, and public hearings like this one. So through that work of developing the consolidated plan, we identified a list of priority needs and then translated those needs into goals. And remember, those goals will go into that 5-year strategic planning document, that's the consolidated plan, and then guide the funding decisions over the next 5 years in your annual action plans. So the priority needs that we identified through our work with data analysis and community outreach include public infrastructure and facility enhancements, which we've translated into a goal to expand and improve public infrastructure and facilities. The second priority need of affordable housing opportunities, which we've translated into the goal of providing safe, affordable housing opportunities. And then there were 2 related but slightly distinct goals around services. So services for low-income community members generally, and then specifically for people experiencing homelessness. And we took those needs together and translated those into the goal of providing vital services for low to moderate income and special needs populations. And then finally, supporting low-income workers and business owners, and that's translated into the economic development opportunities goal.
And then you can see here on this slide, these are the proposed activities for 2025 through 2026 for the CDBG and home funds. You can see the total allocation amounts for each program in these charts. CDBG allocation for the 2025 year is just over $1,100,000, and then for the home program, it's just over $500,000. You add in the program income, and then you have your overall anticipated resources for both of those programs. And then the activities that you see there follow from the goals that were set forth on the previous slide. So you can see in the CDBG chart that the first two goals relate to the 19th Street development and the VAP playground replacement. Those are infrastructure and facility goals. So those fall under that particular goal. The small business improvement program is under that economic development opportunities goal. And then public services obviously comes under that vital services goal that we talked about. And then of course there's a line item for administration. When you add up all those activities, you get your total expenditures to match the estimated resources. And then on the home side, we have the tenant-based rental assistance program, which is part of the that affordable housing opportunities goal. So this is providing rental assistance to low and moderate income households. We have our administration, and then the home program requires grantees to set aside 15% of their grant to be used by community housing development organizations. And this goes into what we call the Chodo Reserve. So those funds are set aside in that line item. And that's the list of proposed activities for the 2025 to 2026 year, which relate back to those goals that were set as part of the planning process. And that's all we have for tonight in terms of presentation. And so we're here now to collect some remaining questions or comments on the consolidated plan before we finalize it to submit to HUD for approval.
Okay, questions, Mayor Pro Tem Terosas?
Yeah, thanks for this update. My understanding is that just due to the federal administration, there's been a little bit less in CDBG allocations this year than in prior years. Was that the same in Santa Monica, or less anticipated?
It's actually, it was just a smidge more
Interesting.
than
Okay.
last year. Yeah, it was just a smidge more. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. And then secondly, the money that was allocated for small businesses, I think Mayor Negrete and I have both advocated for this pretty heavily for several years. And my understanding is that some money went out to the PICO businesses, although perhaps not CDBG money. Do we have a plan for what this $50,000 is going to be used for? Because it's been several years that we've been asking for this to get out.
Yeah, so this is actually the third year we're allocating funding to this program. Our CDD department has put out applications for this, accepted them, and is prepared to make the first round of awards. So that program is up and running. Now, the money hasn't gone out to those businesses yet, but the application window, I believe, closed in April. And so they're on the precipice of making those awards, and that program looks to continue to receive funding through CDBG so long as it's successful.
Just to clarify though, because of the CDBG like formula allocation, that's why the money had to go to the PICO businesses, is that correct?
It doesn't have to go to PICO businesses necessarily. It has to go to serve businesses that serve predominantly low to moderate income population. Right. So there's census tracts all over the city that might qualify for that. Of course, the largest concentration is going to be in the PICO.
Right, but we have made some award of funding previously, and we're in, is this the still the first round of funding
This amount here is a supplement to previous awards. I think there's $100,000 that have accumulated previously.
Right, that's what
this first application process. That money is set to go out. This $50,000 will be for some subsequent set of awards in the next year.
Okay, I would just say that it's a high priority for this council, and I would encourage you all to work with us to help promote that and reach businesses in creative ways as we get out subsequent rounds of funding. Thanks.
My only follow-up question to that, because I don't have anyone else in the queue, is just when you said that it's, what is the defining criteria for the businesses to qualify?
So under CDBG, all activities need to serve majority low to moderate income populations. So if we're going to assist a business with a grant for facade improvements, which is what this program is for, that business must be located in a census tract that is comprised of majority low and moderate income residents. So there's, as part of the comp plan, there's a map of Santa Monica that includes all these block
Right.
groups, and you can see which block groups are CDBG eligible.
I don't know that we have the ability to modify this, but this is something I've been talking about with Mayor Pro Tem and also at the federal level for probably close to a decade. These small business loans, I know because I speak personally from personal experience just recently as well, from COVID and on, that woman of color, all of those things, low income, you don't qualify as the business owner if your business is located in a zip code where the median income is higher. And the irony behind that is it's sort of like redlining businesses. It's saying your business qualifies if it's in an area that's not around the customer base that might frequent your business, and it should be connected to the business owner itself. Does the city have any flexibility in?
I don't think we have much flexibility when we're using federal funds for that, but I think that's where, if we brought in a non-federal funding source, we'd have any flexibility that we wanted to. But for the purposes of CDBG funds, I think we're rather limited in what we can use them for.
I just hope we see the irony, because someone could have plenty of money in the bank and be a very successful business and be eligible, but you could be a suffering business owner who really could use the funds, but because you're in an area where the median income of other people is higher, you don't qualify. Looks like Jennifer Taylor wants to say something.
I'm just coming up to help Mark. So Jennifer Taylor, Economic Development Manager. So I just wanted to confirm we did do phase 1 of the rollout for CDBG for PICO, because all of PICO falls within the low moderate income census tracts, and also because there's an established business improvement district partner to easily get the word out. So Mark is right. We've approved one grant. There are 4 or 5 more that are just in the process of getting quotes. So we expect to improve those. We're also looking at rolling this out broader than just that area. We'll probably be coming back to you all shortly, tied to our Economic Development Task Force, and aligning it with some work that's been done by staff under one of our subcommittees looking at improvements. And then in addition to the CDBG, you all had awarded some general fund money of $100,000. So staff from my team have been looking for the last year and a half about a revolving loan fund, with the idea that hopefully we could piggyback with LA County. And unfortunately, it hasn't worked that way. And the funding isn't enough to get a partner to do it. So we're going to be coming back with some ideas that we've crafted very shortly about some other ways to get that out to the community quickly to help
Hopefully
our
we look
businesses.
at places like, for example, Mid-City, where they're buttoned in with luxury car dealerships, but there's these tiny businesses that don't really fall in, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're sort of sorely wrapped in that area where it would be considered.
Absolutely.
So hopefully where we have-
we'll welcome your help to get the word out, and we'll be hitting the streets door to door with postcards and all of that too.
Perfect. Councilmember Zonetskaya?
So just like 2 questions. One, this CDBG funding is federal funding, correct?
Correct.
So
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So given the fact that we've seen a lot of federal funding cuts, I was wondering what is the potential impact if the federal government decides to cut the funding or to not grant it or whatever? Like, do we already have it in the bank? Is this money that we're still waiting on? What's our strategy if we don't get it?
Yeah, so the Congress allocates funds to the CDBG program generally every year, or they don't, right? Either they will or they won't. They have been doing it every year for decades. CDBG is an extremely popular program in Congress, and so we're hopeful that it may be one of the programs that experiences less cuts than other programs, but there's always the potential that programs can see reductions. Occasionally we see some increases. If there is a reduction year to year, then you would have to adjust the activities that you're going to fund for that year. the consolidated plan in the 5-year section of the consolidated plan, we use estimates based on this year's funding. So when you see the numbers in the 5-year plan goal chart, that's expecting that you'll get the same amount of funding for the next 5 years as you've gotten this year. If that changes, then obviously, you know, the goals that you're expected to achieve and all that would change as well going forward. But, you know, we're always waiting for Congress to tell us on an annual basis what you're going to receive, and then you have to apply the goals that you've set in the 5-year plan to whatever dollars you're getting in that year. Yeah.
Thank you. So have we looked at the current budget reconciliation bill that's going through Congress and what the proposal is there for CDBG funding?
Yeah, I mean, there is a proposal to cut CDBG. However, what I've heard from advocacy organizations that work a lot with HUD and with Congress is that they're not feeling too worried about CDBG. Home is one that often gets looked at and chipped away at over time. It used to be a much bigger program than it is today, but they're feeling that CDBG is likely to retain most of its funding when we get to the end of the process of the budgeting. But right now, it is looking like they're considering some cuts. Yeah.
And so you noted that the home program has been chipped away at more.
Yes.
If there's significant changes, does it have to come back to us for approval of any changes to the plan, or? I'm sorry, I'm just not quite sure how.
Great questions. Great questions. Yeah. So the consolidated plan, if the change is because Congress has allocated less funds, but you choose to still keep the same goals that you set forth in that 5-year plan, but just address them with less money, then you wouldn't have to change the consolidated plan. But if you said to yourselves, okay, we're getting so much less money, it doesn't really make sense for us to still pursue these goals, then you would have to go back and amend the consolidated plan to reflect your new goals. And that would be more of a substantial amendment. If you decided that because the home program was drastically cut, you're going to slash the TBRA program by a significant amount, then HUD would like you to talk to the community and get the community feedback and do the same kinds of things that we're doing here in this process. But if you decide to keep your goals the same, then you wouldn't have to do that amendment process. So it just kind of depends on the level of the cuts and how you decided to carry out the program because of those cuts. If you feel like you can still maintain the goals that you set forth in the 5-year plan, you wouldn't need to make amendments.
And I think.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Just something to add there, from a purely financial standpoint, what we're approving tonight is that the 5-year consolidated plan is a strategic plan. We're also approving 1-year use of funds for the coming year. We return to council every year to program each additional subsequent year as we find out what we're getting. So we'll be back 12 months, do this again, talk about what our allocation is next year, what the impacts of that are, whether that's increase or decrease, and we'll talk again about the projects that continue on. So council continues to be involved throughout on an annual basis.
So to make sure I understand, because my brain sometimes works weird ways, the 1-year plan of how we're going to spend funds are funds that for funds that have already been allocated and are not subject to clawback or anything like that by the federal government. Is that accurate to say?
That's accurate to say, with the caveat that we live in unprecedented times, but before this year, that would be 100% accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That was all my questions. I appreciate y'all answering them.
Okay, that's all the questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you want to open the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like we have 3 speakers in the queue.
So for 12A, this time for real, Denise Barton, Andrew Hoyer, and Tim Bowler.
Good evening. On item 12A, the community garden and upgrading the Virginia Park playground. Although admirable projects may not fall within the parameters of the CBDGs. But go ahead and submit it and see what happens. But I'm just not sure CBDGs are supposed to pay for the city's backlog of CIPs. I would think that you would want to really be protecting the affordable housing tenants. Here, I hate to sound like a broken record, but for years now, I've still not been able to get reasonable accommodation for my building to stop using the toxic products, Fabuloso cleaning product, and the time mist air fresheners, as well as the unidentified white powder put in the common areas of the building, all which make me sick and for which I have reasonable accommodation letters from my doctor. Yet I still daily am forced to be exposed to those products. This despite the city council's chanting that reasonable accommodation has made significant strides, which to me is fraud. Not to mention a new situation I find myself in where the housing authority was not or was really late protecting me from an unscrupulous building owner my affordable housing is in. I'll have to give you more information at another time due to the fact the city staff has been so slow getting my payee or advocate at the Westside Regional Center information. So maybe the best use of the CBD funds would be to get the housing authority's business and house in order. Oh, and how do you think the federal government is going to feel about having to pay for things twice? Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Hoyer?
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the chair of the Urban Forest Task Force. I had a lot of fine things to say about them, the current existing members. I would like to say that I am not technologically incompetent. I know I signed up for item 16A, but I will not waste any further of your time. I hope I am still on the task force when we meet next month. Thank you.
Tim Bowler?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm here to address the proposed fee increase for community gardens. Because we've had 2 or 3 increases in the last 4 to 5 years.
Sir,
and
I'm sorry, you're not on the right section for public comment. I think you accidentally got signed up under 12A, which is this public hearing.
that's what I signed up under.
Yeah, it's 12D. It's okay. If you want to wait, it'll be a little bit later. So that closes public comment for that section, 12A.
Correct.
And, all right, so now,
Discussion?
Clark, yeah, is there any discussion? Anybody in the queue? Mayor Pro
No, I'm
Tem?
prepared to make a motion
Okay.
to move the staff report with staff recommendation for the allocations, and thank you.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Terosa, seconded by Councilmember Hall.
Councilmember Zenitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Okay, well now, if it's okay with the council, I would like to combine items 12B and 12C, which is the budget and also the minutes for the Housing Authority.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none?
So item 12B, adoption of the fiscal year 2025-27 biennial budget and fiscal year 2025-2026 CIP budget. And item 12B, just come here. Sorry, it's a lot here. I'm sorry, 12C, approval of minutes of the Housing Authority Board. And if the Housing Authority members could please take their seats. Hajar, you're over here.
Hajar's here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hajar's over here and Belinda's over here. Oh, it's okay, she's coming around.
Oh my God.
Ms. Phillips, you're over here.
Okay, no, we got her, we got her.
Are you sitting here? No. Okay.
Can move, people can move, we're good.
Where's she going?
Just to go.
There's a ramp.
Yeah. She's walking out.
Sorry, technicalities.
So awkward silence. Okay, that's okay. So this is the special joint meeting of the City Council, the Housing Authority, and the Parking Authority. And
Just need to state for the record that the Housing Authority gets paid $50 per meeting and the Parking Authority gets paid $50 per meeting as well. Call on your roll, Authority Member Mutasit St. Clair. Here. Authority Member Phillips. Here. Authority Member Zwick.
Present.
Authority Member Hall.
Present.
Authority Member Raskin.
Here.
Authority Member Snell.
Here.
Authority Member Zernitskaya.
Present.
Chair Pro Tem Terosis.
Here.
And Chair Negrete.
here.
Thought we were doing the Housing Authority first, so I'm gonna get us started, sorry.
I was like, I could tell a joke, but I can't think of one
No, I
right
got
now.
it, I got it, I'm here. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we are presenting the fiscal year 2025-2027 budget for adoption. Shortly, Jennifer Young, our budget manager, will present the final elements of the budget. This budget incorporates the direction provided by Council at the May budget study session. It includes the allocations of Measure K funds, the cost savings and revenue-generating proposals that staff proposed, as well as those directed by Council, and the implementation of a hiring freeze for positions in the general, beach, and pier funds. Staff have also proposed two alternatives for Council's consideration. The first is around police staffing using Measure K funds, and the second is around the community garden fees. We can touch on those after the presentation if Council would like. I want to acknowledge the contributions of both Council and staff to this biennial budget. This has been an iterative process that had started many months ago, and we dedicated an entire Saturday and 2 council meetings to our budget. At each point, you asked us to look for more, and staff responded. Together through this process, we have worked to preserve as many city services as possible while also reducing the city's operating deficit by approximately $5 million next year. More importantly, I am optimistic that this budget sets Santa Monica and our new city manager, Oliver Chi, on a path to achieve our goals of economic revitalization, addressing homelessness, and ensuring we have safe neighborhoods and safe streets. And now I'll turn it over to Jennifer, who will walk you through the details.
Thanks, Elaine. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Jennifer Young, your budget manager. The slide I have before you is the Housing Authority Fund budget. This is our first recommended action, which is to adopt the Housing Authority Fund budget for fiscal year 25-26 and approval of the budget plan for fiscal year 26-27. This budget is approximately 5% more than the fiscal year 24-25 budget, and it's essentially the same as the budget presented in May. We'll come back to this slide when it comes time to make your motion after public comment. Now I will summarize the remaining items we are asking you to take action on tonight. We're requesting adoption of the fiscal year 25-26 operating and capital budgets and approval of the fiscal year 26-27 budget plan. This requires adopting 2 additional resolutions as the Parking Authority Board and the City Council. In addition to the budget, we are asking Council to adopt resolutions that establish local fees, fines, and rates, ensure compliance with state laws such as the GAN appropriations limit and the state gas tax allocations, set salary rates and approve position and classification changes, and confirm the council travel budget allocation. We're also requesting approval to accept Measure A local solutions funding to support our homelessness response, authorization of an amendment to the city's fiscal policies, and direction on the allocation of council discretionary funds. You've seen this timeline before, and I want to briefly remind you where we are in the biennial budget process. Over the past several months, staff have worked collaboratively across departments, engaged with the community, and received direction from council. We are now here at the point marked with the blue arrow, presenting the final proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 and the budget plan for 26-27 for your adoption tonight. With the help of fund balance reserves, we are presenting a balanced budget. Net of internal transfers, the proposed budget totals $793.3 million for fiscal year 25-26 and $829.7 million in fiscal year 26-27. Of this, the general fund comprises approximately $483.4 million and $499.4 million, respectively. Since the budget was presented in May, about $3.3 million in adjustments have been made, mainly in response to council direction and updated information. I'll go over those changes next. At the May meeting, council supported the proposed budget with several amendments. These included prioritizing Measure K funding for public safety, safe streets, and economic recovery, implementing a hiring freeze for non-sworn positions in the general, beach, and pier funds, expanding parking meter coverage and increasing residential parking permit fees, launching new revenue-generating initiatives, initiating repayments to the Housing Trust Fund, and adding funding to the Early Childhood Task Force. All of these have been incorporated into the updated proposed budget. In some cases, we've made slight modifications to ensure legal and regulatory compliance, as well as provide alternatives where appropriate for council consideration. Guided by council direction at the May budget study session, we are bringing forward revised proposals. The items in brown reflect changes that council requested. These proposals are fully detailed in attachment D of the staff report. An alternative to the proposed addition of community services officer positions is included in the staff report, and we have a dedicated slide available to support your discussion when you're ready to take that up. We're also leveraging Measure K to improve safety for all ways people move through the city. The item in brown reflects the change that council requested. In May, council directed staff to implement a hiring freeze for non-sworn vacancies in the general, beach, and pier funds. In response, we've developed a structured managed hiring process to evaluate and approve where necessary. The goal is to ensure that staffing decisions align with council priorities, protect core services, and support long-term financial sustainability. Requests to fill positions are evaluated against clear criteria, which is listed on the left side of the slide. The right side illustrates the workflow for the new process, beginning with the department's request, followed by finance and HR review, and concluding with the city manager's determination. To promote transparency and accountability, we will provide quarterly reports to council summarizing hiring activity under this process. Beyond Measure K, several general fund changes have been made to incorporate council direction and new information. On the expenditure side, we are adding $1.2 million in one-time capital funding over 2 years to expand license plate recognition, or LPR, technology. $339,000 annually over 4 years to begin repaying the Housing Trust Fund, and $25,000 annually to support the Early Childhood Task Force. The revenues that help support the new expenditures include $1.6 million in increased revenues tied to the LPR system, credit card pass-throughs, and improved cost recovery for the preferential parking permit program. Additional technical adjustments have been made in other funds to align with updated federal and state allocations and timing of capital projects. We're also proposing a few refinements to city fees and fines. In addition to those presented last month, the updates incorporate council's direction to increase residential and visitor parking permit fees, as well as staff's recommendation to apply convenience fees for credit debit card use in parking transactions. To strengthen enforcement, we're proposing new fines and increasing penalties for repeat code violations. An alternative approach to the proposed community garden fees is included in the staff report, and we have a slide available to help guide that conversation whenever you are ready. I also want to point out that an amended Exhibit B to the master fees resolution has been included in your packet. The annual total compensation increase was inadvertently omitted on these fees, and they're highlighted in yellow on the amended exhibit for you. Just a couple more slides to go. Next up, we're recommending a revision to the city's fiscal policies to formalize the current $47.2 million amount due to the Housing Trust Fund and to establish a new 4-year repayment schedule of $339,000 per year. And lastly, turning to council discretionary funds. Starting in July, as of July 1st, a total of $137,398 will be available. Council may choose to allocate all, some, or none of this funding tonight. This slide shows how council has typically allocated discretionary funds with an average annual allocation of about $102,000. We've also listed 4 recent initiatives that received funding in 2 of the last 3 years. If council chooses to fund all of the listed items tonight, at the amounts shown, about $5,000 to $15,000 would remain available for fiscal year 25-26. So to close, this final slide summarizes all of the recommended actions before you this evening, including the Housing Authority Board resolution. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time, and we're available for questions. And as a reminder, we do have a couple of comparison slides to support your discussion when you're ready. One on the downtown public safety staffing alternative and another on the community garden fees alternative. Thank you.
So at this time, you really need to take questions on the whole thing right now before we do the public hearing, and then you would vote to, or have discussion on the Housing Authority item.
Okay, so no public comment yet, right?
Not
No
yet,
public comment yet?
Okay, no.
unless you don't have any questions.
Well, other questions from council?
No, no questions.
Comments? It sounds like, can we hear the alternatives that you just mentioned about the community garden fees
I
and
didn't
downtown
hear about that.
personnel?
So there are 2 separate slides. Is there one you want to start with?
Community garden fees, both, doesn't matter.
Can you show the hidden slides?
It's a separate slide?
It's the next 2 slides. They're hidden on the presentation.
Oh, really? Oh, no, not that.
It's the
Sorry.
same, it's the same.
Oh.
There you go. So go down to slide 15.
You said it's 15?
Do I have control? This is it. This is
Okay.
perfect.
Yeah, you can control it.
So this is the downtown public safety alternative. The table in blue is what council asked us to bring forward this evening, which is for community services officers. And the second table in orange is the alternative that's being proposed, which is to add 1 sergeant and 1 community services officer instead of the 4 community services officers. And this shows you the difference in cost. I think the chief is here if you have questions on this.
What
Yeah.
may make sense to do, for you to do, Mayor, is have the public comment, and then we can.
Then we would discuss and
we
do
can move
questions.
to
That's what I thought.
discussion.
I just wasn't sure.
Questions as well, or? But you have to have the housing authority discussion. You
Yeah.
have to have your
'Cause we combine
Housing
them.
is-
questions before we can do the public comment. We can't split the public comment in half.
Well, I'm seeing facial reactions on the dais. And city attorney, is there like a alternative? Yeah,
I think you have discretion to take public comment and then ask questions too, if you would like to.
is that okay? Is council in agreement that we'd like to take public comment first, kind of as we naturally do before we have discussion? Is that okay? You can keep your name in there, so I know you're up there.
Yeah, I can ask my questions after. That's
Okay. Are we, so we're just gonna see this slide, but I feel like, shouldn't we also see the community garden one, so we have it all, so we know what we're,
So it's two separate slides.
got it, yeah. You're just gonna have us read it and look
So-
at it?
so
No,
the
just
al-
kidding.
so-
I
so
mean,
the
that's
alternate-
fine. I can read it out loud.
Public
Okay.
Works is gonna take a budget reduction rather than increasing the fees. And that's the
So-
proposal.
So what are we doing?
So, okay, sorry.
Taking a budget
Instead of
reduction,
increasing the fees, Public Works is gonna take a budget reduction of $30,000, equivalent to the revenue that was gonna be generated from the fees.
So, meaning that there would be no increase in community garden fees?
No increase in community garden fees.
not initially, but I think the idea here is for
That-
staff to work.
to work with the community garden.
advisory board. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
You okay?
Hi. So our alternative proposal is in year one to take a $30,000 cut in the operating budget of Public Works while we explore three options. The first is to pilot a farm-to-table fundraising dinner. The second is to explore sponsorship and donation opportunities. And then the third is to work closely with our Community Garden Advisory Committee to increase fees nominally. And the idea is that in year one, we take the $30,000 cut from our operating budget, and then we return to you at the biennial budget and make any adjustments we would need based on the reality of what we can generate from the community gardens in a reasonable way.
And we don't know what that, are you, I mean, the $30,000 in the scheme of things is small, but it's impacting something. Is this coming from SWIP? Is it coming from?
No, it's coming from program supplies in my office, which primarily comes down to materials that we procure to support efforts towards zero waste, water conservation, and carbon neutrality, but they are small items. So this would be reusable bags that we purchase to give away at community events. It would be reusable cups that we procure for solstice events on Main Street, things like that. So we would still be able to have a meaningful presence at community events. We would still be able to meaningfully support the programs and policies that help us achieve water self-sufficiency, zero waste, and carbon neutrality. We would just be minimizing some of the extra supplies that we provide to make that even easier.
I just wanted to have that clarifying point. We're not taking questions yet. I was just sort of, sorry, I know, but you can leave your name in there so you're up there first. I was just clarifying because you said you're taking 30,000 and I just wanted to be clear, unlike the other proposal where there was a savings, that this is coming from another department, that's all. So we're gonna go to public comment,
Yes.
Okay, we got questions.
but then we're gonna ask questions.
Well, I want a clarification.
Okay, so do we need to follow a procedure? Can we willy-nilly here ask
I mean,
questions, go to public?
Typically, it's presentation, questions, then public hearing.
Right.
Okay, so I got a question.
Okay, so we're gonna revert back to questions. I've got Councilmember Zernitskaya in the queue. So everyone, if you have questions about what was proposed. Not just
So
these two
I-
slides,
yeah,
but everything.
I'm just going to limit my question to a clarification of this alternative. I'll ask the rest of my questions after we have the public hearing. You stated that the alternative is to explore three options. Could it also potentially be some combination of all three? For example, like public-private partnerships to help sponsor the giveaway items that you just mentioned?
Absolutely. We anticipate that it will be a combination of sponsorship and donations, farm to table or other fundraising opportunities, and a nominal increase in fees. So we expect that it will be blended, but because we've not ever tried to do revenue generation in the community gardens in this way, we didn't want to give you a ungrounded number.
Understood. Okay, thank you very much for the
Councilmember Snell?
So I just want to clarify, the 30,000 is a number that you've determined would prevent you from having to increase the fees for 1 year.
So $30,000 is the amount that the original proposed fee increase would generate.
Right.
So instead of generating that fee, we are cutting it from our operating budget and then exploring ways to generate that amount in year 2.
Got you. So what you're saying is the fees stay the same, it's just that you're, okay.
So that the alternative current in orange, that the fees would remain that in year 1, and then we'll work with the Community Garden Advisory Committee for minimal increases.
Thank you.
Councilmember Raskin?
Thank you. Could you go back to the last slide about the,
Downtown Public Safety.
yeah, sorry, the 2 options? Thank you. I didn't, forgive me if I missed this in the staff report, I didn't realize the exact number of the savings in the 2 alternatives. Have those savings been allocated elsewhere in the
No,
budget?
because what's included in the budget is the 492.
Right.
Right? So if you decide to go with the 419, then we have the 73,000. But this is of the 500,000 that was directed.
Right.
This was our opportunity, but the 73 is Measure K. It's Measure K funding that would just basically go back to fund balance.
Got it. Okay, understood. Thanks.
Do you want to go to another slide?
No, there's no more questions, I think, if you're going to take yourself out of the queue. So now we can go to public comment.
Yes, we have 17 or 16 public speakers for this item.
Okay, I'll call up the first 5 names. Chris Gutierrez, Mike Sullivan, Joel Hawkins, Josh Pachter, and Susan McCory. Chris Gutierrez is first.
You may proceed.
Are we getting
I'll
2
start it.
minutes?
Yeah, I'll start
Okay,
it.
no problem. Good evening. So, as you know, I'm the Community Gardens Advisory Committee Chair, and I'm happy to be here tonight with a little bit of a different view of the world, because the alternate that we fully support is a really creative solution that, in fact, many of us had wanted to put into action for many, many years. We really want to commend the staff, Chief Sustainability Officer Shannon Perry, who just answered some of your questions, and our Community Gardens Program Coordinator, Teague Waybright. They worked assiduously and collaboratively to figure out this wonderful solution. On the other hand, I just don't think that we've done a good job educating you all about the community gardens, because what started out in the early years on Main Street as 60, a little bit less, and then 60 individual plots, has grown into not only 140 plots across 4 sites, but 6 different sites, 2 of which have communal gardens, which that means nobody has individual plots, which donates tons, literally tons of food each year to the community and neighbors and others. How do we know it's tons? Because we weigh it. The teams of volunteers inventory and weigh that produce, which, yes, does include cucumbers and lots of other good foods that we have. But furthermore, we give all kinds of workshops, at least 48 each year. And those include everything from microorganisms and soil biome to composting to plantings in small containers and such. Just last week, we celebrated compost making with 14 of the littlest learners from the Growing Place. And we realized for them, this is really the growing place, the natural world. And mind you, if you haven't been in a garden with the littlest, you would be surprised.
Thank you. Mike Sullivan?
Mine's a general budgeting. I hope this is the right spot. It doesn't,
Yeah.
okay. Hi, I'm Mike Sullivan. I own 7 of the 15 car dealerships here in town, and I'm one of the largest taxpayers in the city. Your staff needs help. It has always been tough to remodel and do work in Santa Monica. Now it's just a terrible experience. In building and safety specifically, since COVID, there have been no replacements or for lost staff. We lost a great assistant, a girl named Paula, and she was critical to support staff. While we were meeting, she'd be taking phone calls and interpreting other things that were going on in the room. She had time to answer those. It took the staff now has to stop and answer them. So even when we have a meeting, it's distracted. She was an amazing person with customer satisfaction and specifically working with Southern California Edison, not generally an easy group to work with. So she was a real loss. We've also lost 3 inspectors. There was a gentleman named Randy that was really a good guy, and he's gone, and you guys haven't replaced him. And we're supposed to still all do the same kind of functioning in the city. Currently, the inspectors are booked out a week in advance, a week full, and they're rushed when they are available. Phone calls are coming in, and they're crazy during the conversations. You lost a real personal touch with your staff. We want to remodel and perhaps build and help the city prosper, but we're frustrated with the permitting and inspection process as it exists today. You can see the stress on the faces of the inspectors, and it's just not fair to them. We fund a revenue generating program. I pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in fees to the city for the right to do this. So we're a generating process. And if
Thank you. Jill Hawkins.
Hi again. Thanks for letting me speak earlier. I'm usually asleep by this time, but I'm here to speak about the parking pass increase. Again, this is a direct attack on the residents. There's other ways to generate money. This is a direct attack financially and economically on the residents, your neighbors, your friends. It's a direct attack on the poor. Rich people can absorb these exorbitant costs for parking passes because they have garages, but you're attacking the middle class. So just remember, these guys are your neighbors, your friends, and to keep taxing us and then using all of our tax money and not seeing results, and it's going to all the NGOs. So please find other ways to generate money for your city and not go against the people of the city. To the heart. Yeah, just there's a healthier way to navigate and, lead. And this is not when you're attacking the people and their money and everyone's financially struggling. So find another way, please.
Josh Pachter.
How's it going? This is the first time at the council. I'm a combination of anxious and tired, so it's a nice one. Not talking about, I'm not meaning to talk about the permitting process and the city inspectors, but I'm also working on a project for a company I'm not representing here who are also dealing with a similar issue. So I echo everything he had said earlier. All right, I'm extremely excited that slide is on there right now in front of me. As a 13-year resident of the city in Santa Monica and someone who has voted in every election during that time, including for most of you, this is my first time speaking at the council, In the last few hours, I learned a lot and can only imagine how tired and mentally drained you all are, so please bear with me. The first 4 words of Measure K are to increase public safety. As a reasonable person, your voters would assume this means more police. By a 3-to-1 margin, your voters asked for these police, yet not a single police officer is being accounted for in the original proposal. While there are no new police officers being planned for, there is an increase, while there will be no new police officers planned to increase public safety, We're for some reason creating a new customer service position with funding from this measure. We wonder why tourism is down. We wonder why sales and occupancy are down on the promenade, but yet any simple, reasonable person would see it's obviously safety. The Grove is booming, Century City is booming. I was there 3 days ago and spent $10 searching for parking and $8 to pay for parking, but I could just walk to the promenade. So why would I do something so illogical, and why are thousands of other people doing something so illogical? It's simply because those places are clean and safe and the promenade is neither. The city on this budget spends so much money on pedestrian and traffic safety, yet we're not spending any more money on those who actually enforce the safety, the police, even after your residents overwhelmingly voted for it. I know no one being pulled over or ticketed for illegally talking on their phones or texting while driving. I see no one pulled over or ticketed for speeding. I see no one pulled over or ticketed for driving through red lights or stop signs. Where is that public safety? A few months ago, I was hit by an uninsured driver who totaled my car and gave me a concussion. This happened because that person went through a stop sign that isn't being enforced. To this day, that person has suffered no consequences of any kind whatsoever except their own damage to their own car. I go on for hours about literally the drugs being sold in the alleyway behind my apartment, and I can go on about a million of other issues that everybody agrees on that are going on with crime in this city. But all they ask for is that one more police officer, that's literally an option for you right there, to actually enforce public safety, not just talk about it. I literally beg you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So before Ms. McCory comes up, I'm just going to call a few more names. Anthony Lewis, Linda Glasser, Jan Williamson, and Tricia Crane. Ms. McCory.
Good evening, Council. I have been a resident in Santa Monica for 55 years, and I've had my garden for 20 years, and I am really delighted to have that garden. Our fees in the last 5 years have gone from $60 to $200, so it isn't like we haven't been increasing our fees. I'm very, very pleased with the idea of solution that Teague and Shannon have come up with, and I support that. I also want to, we realize that we have not invited all of you to the community gardens, and we would like to do that. We would like you to come and walk through the gardens with us and see what goes on and come to some of the programs we have. But we have people from around the world that come to visit us in the gardens on Main Street, and people in the city also who are just blown away by what is going on. And we can encourage them to become part of the other 7 gardens that exist in the city now.
Thank you. Anthony Lewis. After Mr. Lewis, I have Linda Glasser, Jan Williamson, and Tricia Crane.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Lewis. I enjoy renting a garden on Main Street, and I'm very aware of people who come and visit the gardens. They come locally, maybe a couple with a child in a stroller. It can be all kinds of people, and they come from different states and from all over the world, and they really enjoy the gardens and find it a place where they can be very calm. I was in the garden the other day, and there was somebody taking a photograph, so I went over and asked them, "What are you photographing?" And they were taking a photograph of a monarch butterfly. And I hope that everyone knows that the Santa Monica Community Gardens are a way station for monarch butterflies. And I feel that there's ways in which some of the things which the community gardens do and represent could be possibilities for raising revenue. There might be some very generous donor who thinks, how fabulous, I can give money to a way station for monarch butterflies, just as somebody might give money to children in need somewhere, or they might want to give money to a dog pound or something like that. So I really think that the community garden should try and find ways to raise money from people who might make charitable donations. Thank you.
Thank you. So it looks like Linda Glasser, Jan Williamson, Tricia Crane are all not here. I see Tricia. And then after Ms. Crane, I have Frankie, or Franek Lou Thorne, Janet McLaughlin, and Kay Ambrose. You're
Hi,
ready.
good evening. Tricia Crane, I am the chair of Northeast Neighbors. I'm speaking tonight for our board on the matter of the city budget. Our city is in a structural deficit, and we are forced to make decisions to address the harsh reality that ongoing revenues are not sufficient to cover ongoing expenditures. Revenue generation from economic growth must be the priority of the council, but there are 3 elements that we feel should be included in the spending plan, not cut. You can still make adjustments tonight. The first and foremost is the need to hire 5 new police officers. It is central to the economic recovery of our city that our police department is empowered to respond quickly and effectively 24 hours, 7 days a week to the needs of the residents, visitors, and businesses. Chief Batista has made it clear that he needs 5 sworn officers to reduce overtime expenditures and better patrol our city. We support Chief Batista, and we ask the council to meet his and our needs for increased public safety. Public service officers cannot replace police officers. They don't have the power, training, or ability police officers have to handle the myriad situations that occur every day in our city. They do not have the visibility that we need to say safety is a priority. The presence of SMPD officers is important to all of us and will help us recover swiftly from our declining economy. Without them, we will not make a speedy return to financial solidity. 2, support our public libraries and reopen 2 branches. Fully supporting our library system and reopening 2 branches, even just 2 days a week, sends a strong message that access to learning, connection, and community does matter in this city. Residents rely on these free and friendly gathering places, the places many people go to for respite, people who don't garden, people who like books, people who want to meet other people in a free public space that is safe. They can and should be supported by the city. And third, preserve the Neighborhood Association grant funding. The 7 nonprofit neighborhood groups in our city help residents understand and access our local government. Our monthly meetings routinely offer opportunities to interact directly with city officials here and staff sitting in this room. The city should continue to fund this longstanding and quintessential public service. $7,000 a year from the city is the current grant. It could be reduced, but it should not be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Frankie Lou Thorne.
Hi, I am a Park Drive Community Garden. I'm on the advisory board. I'd just like to say that I find gardening a healing art. At least that's how I feel about it. It heals my mind, my body, my spirit. Having my hands in the dirt, digging, weeding, and planting food for the birds, for the bees, for my family, and also for those in need of delicious and nutritious organic food. My southern collard greens and mustard greens were divine this year. I love taking care of my garden. I find solace there. People pass by on the busy sidewalk just in front of my garden often, and they stop and they ask me all about the gardens, and they express how happy they feel when they pass by the Santa Monica Community Gardens. They bring such joy, sustenance, and wonderful conversation amongst the community. And I would just like to say thank you for protecting the gardens, for having the gardens, and they're just a magical healing place here in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet McLaughlin.
Hi, Council. Today's a very important day. It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And I'm at council, and I knew you were going to ask that question. Why am I at council instead of out celebrating? Because I feel that it's more important for me to be here to discuss the budget, because the budget is a pretty big deal. And I know you guys have been working really hard on it, and I really appreciate especially the attempts to be as fiscally responsible as possible. But I really just want to ask you one more time, please put back the 5 police positions in the budget that the staff, yeah, you know I was going to ask that too, that the staff had figured out. Because as someone else mentioned, when we Santa Monica voters voted for Measure K and PSK, it was to increase public safety. And we were under the impression that that meant hiring more police officers, because it's really, I know that public safety encompasses a lot of things, but the most important element are the police officers, because they're the ones who can keep the peace. They're the ones who can stop the bad guys from hurting you. And they're the ones that you call when someone's trying to break into your house or steal your dog. I don't know. I feel a little bit betrayed, because I feel that there's a partnership with the public and the public officials, and we have to have that bond of trust between us. So when you all say, okay, we need money for public safety, and Santa Monica residents say, okay, yes, we want to be safer. So they vote for a tax for what they think are going to be more police officers, not bullards in bike lanes. And I feel that in the future, how can you float a bond? How can you ask residents to vote to tax themselves for a specific issue that the city needs, and then say, well, guess what? We're really not going to use that money for that, because we think we have something else that we need to use it for. And so I'd like you all to keep that in mind. I know it's late in the game here, and maybe too late to put anybody back. I see one sergeant there, but I'd still like to see 4 more. And I hope that you can ask the police chief tonight if he feels there's a need for more officers. I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Chief, but I mean, if he feels there's a need for officers at the beach or at the promenade, especially when you have this, novel idea of the entertainment zone, which is great, anything you can think about to bring in revenue. But there's a responsibility for public safety as well when you try something like that. So I hope you keep that in mind when you're making your final considerations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And after Ms. Ambrose, I have Teague Waybright, Christina Sato, John Cyrus Smith, and Denise Neal. Ms. Ambrose.
Good evening, Mayor Negrete, Mayor Pro Tem Torosis, and council members. My name is Cam Brees. I'm a Rent Control Board Commissioner, but I'm speaking tonight in my personal capacity regarding item 12B. I want to commend the council for adopting item 4C, prohibiting the use of algorithmic rent setting software. At our June Rent Board meeting, city staff gave a compelling presentation on the real-world risks these tools posed. We learned how digital coordination can function as a form of virtual price fixing, inflating rents, and undermining our local rent protections. The passage of this ordinance was a critical step towards preserving affordability and fairness in Santa Monica's housing market. But strong policy must be backed by strong implementation. That's why I urge the council to ensure this budget includes dedicated resources for enforcement, including staffing, investigation tools, and data oversight capacity. We've seen how important this is. San Francisco passed a similar ordinance in 2024, the first of its kind in this country. But nearly a year later, there's no public record of landlords being investigated or penalized under that law. It's a clear reminder, passing bold legislation is just the beginning. Without meaningful funding and oversight, enforcement simply doesn't happen. Fiscal year 2025-2027 budget identifies affordable, livable, and secure housing for all as a core strategic priority. Aligning funding with that vision means ensuring we can enforce the protections already on the books. Otherwise, we leave tenants vulnerable and reward bad actors, while responsible landlords who play by the rules are left at a disadvantage. This budget is our opportunity to turn policy into practice. Let's continue the leadership Santa Monica is known for by funding the tools necessary to uphold equity, transparency, and housing stability for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Teague Waybright.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem. Teague Waybright. I am a resident of Santa Monica, and I am also the Community Garden Program Coordinator, so I'm walking that line between two of them here. I just want to urge you to adopt the proposal that Public Works is bringing forth about the Community Garden Program. We have worked very extensively for many years with the community gardeners, and for years they have asked how they can help support us financially. We've consistently told them it's not needed, it's not needed, it's not needed, and for us to turn around and to put on their backs a large fee increase, which would be 6 to 10 times the national average of community garden plots around the nation, seems unfair, unjust, and disrespectful. It was really surprising to me at the last council meeting. In one breath, you are giving $60,000 of rental assistance to a gentleman moving in and making $400,000 a year, while turning around and making a vote on many low-income and residents that they're going to have to increase their community garden fees. And I just think there's ways around that. Gardens are, as you've heard, a place of joy and peace and serenity. They provide a unique habitat for the thousands of insects and birds and mammals that come through. They are rainwater collection. They clean our air. They are a place for sustainable food production and many other things. Our gardeners and garden volunteers put about 20,000 hours a year towards public land stewardship. At $20 an hour, that is $400,000 of public giving that they are providing, which far outweighs the proposed $30,000 fee increase on them. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I love Santa Monica. Much appreciation to you all.
Thank you. Christina Sato.
Hello. I'm a resident for 16 years, and I'm a volunteer with the 19th Street Community Garden. And I also would like to say some similar things that Teague just mentioned, because we feel that the increase in rates would really be detrimental. Gardens are really important. It's a great place to gather for the community, and we understand the budget crisis, but we think the alternative proposal is a good solution. And just want to mention that 2/3 of Santa Monica residents are renters and don't have yards, and I'm one of them. And the other aspect is the food sustainability. So it's wonderful that we're able to grow food and give it to the people in the community. So thank you.
Thank you. John Cyrus Smith.
Good evening, Council. I signed up for 4 minutes, and thank you very much. You guys, good evening, Mayor, Council, those of you here, those of you at home. I'm John Cyrus Smith. I'm a Santa Monica Recreation and Parks Commissioner. I'm also a board member of the Wilshire, Montana Neighborhood Coalition. We're one of 7 city-sponsored neighborhood groups that I hope that you keep funding tonight. The first slide that you see there, lo and behold, there's Neighborhood Grant Program on the upper right. We're slated to get cut. $49,000 per year, $7,000 per group. That's about 1/8 of the city manager's new salary. Next slide, please. Just 2 weeks ago, next slide, please. There we were, the council, honoring Nancy Coleman in the green there. She's a former chair of the North of Montana Association neighborhood group. We're honoring her 2 weeks ago here in these chambers. And 2 weeks later, we're gonna kill the funding for the group that she loved. Wilmot has been instrumental in activating Reed Park. I think you all know that. We put on 3 second Saturday events every summer with free live music, a movie for the kids, and even free popcorn and lemonade. We kept those going even during COVID, when park funds were cut to the bone. City officials came and they noticed, and they vowed to help. Suddenly, we found money, there was money to reopen the Miles Playhouse, add a new surveillance system, and police have really stepped up patrols at Reed Park lately. Thank you, Chief. The final slide, please. Or just go to the final one. Look at Reed Park, that photo. Look how nice it looks. When was the last time Reed Park looked so well? We've made a lot of progress. So much progress that Reed will be hosting the State of the City address in a couple weeks, mid-July, kicking off a whole series of new Saturday events stretching into fall that will help celebrate our 150 years as a city. Bottom line, Reed is better, it's a safer park, and it's cleaner than it's been in years. Wilmot is a big part of that progress, the Reed Renaissance. I don't think it would have happened without us. Neighborhood groups led by Wilmot once helped residents landmark a tree. Neighborhood groups held an incredible city council candidate forum last year that you guys all, 4 of you have participated in. Neighborhood groups host music day, make music day concerts just last Saturday, and we did it for a lot cheaper than the city can do it. Neighborhood groups hold solid monthly meetings featuring timely issues and guests every single month. In fact, I hereby invite up to 3 of you to join Wilmot next Tuesday via Zoom and discuss the budget decisions you make here tonight. Bottom line, neighborhood groups do a lot for the city, I'm sure you agree. You know, we already have this guy in the White House. He's cutting programs, he's silencing voices, and he's weaponizing our government. I know that you guys are not doing that. I know in my heart. But cutting our grant program will have the same effect anyway. Don't kill us. Help us. Fund us. And by the way, give the chief what he needs and choose that community garden alternative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, I have Denise Neal, and then after Denise Neal, it's Denise Barton.
I hope I don't go over my 2 minutes. I'll try to be very succinct. I'm Denise Neal, former Disabilities Commissioner here in the city of Santa Monica. I would like to know if the money that, I believe it was 47.2 million, that has to be replenished in the housing fund will be used by CCSM to help with their Jubilo Village project. I don't know how that works. I have questions. I'd also like to know if it's possible when Pali High leaves the Sears building, if it can be made a multi-jurisdictional law enforcement and first responder substation and service center. Strategically located, I think it will serve the area very well if it includes local police, CHP, and first responders, because you can't really hire many more officers, from what I understand, but it would be a great service to the community and to them to be strategically located. I also would like to say humbly that I truly believe that the key to Santa Monica and the entire region's fiscal solvency is going to be how we manage the 227 acres of the airport. I went to the open house for the airport. I spoke to some people. I learned, and as a Native American, I learned some of the condition of the land that has to be remedied. I'd like to know if I can get an audience with the leadership and the powers that be here to share the strategy that I've envisioned and the reasons why. I'd like to know if you can help me arrange that. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Barton.
Are you gonna put it up? Good evening. On item 12B, allow me to begin with the Powell lawsuit. Wasn't the city's fault, not the residents. Yet again, it is our tax dollars paying for it, as well as suffering with reduced services. So why is the city council not having to give up anything they want to contribute to paying the money back? Maybe give up your city health insurance policies, your city pensions, or the other city employee benefits you receive, or give up the DEI department because no residents in the community is receiving services due to your city employees' racial clique cults. Yet we're paying for it, but what am I saying? You never give, you're always taking. Is this how you budget at home, or what your checkbooks or credit cards look like, always overdrawn? Because if you can't balance a budget, what does that say? Next, when I saw the hiring freeze, I thought there might be some hope. But then I saw the employees you wanted to add before it, and the selective way to continue hiring within the city. And the majority of positions on the hiring freeze were from the police department, in comparison to the city manager only losing 3 positions. In addition to the hiring freeze positions putting the residents at further disadvantage, such as housing service specialists. So the city wants to take money for these services but not provide them. Next, 243 city employees, 2,143 city employees, in comparison to 93,000 residents equals 43 to 44 city employees per resident. And with the continued secrecy at City Hall, with it being closed off and city employees unavailable to the public except at their convenience, does anyone else think they're not getting their money's worth or being taken advantage of? And finally, regarding your travel expenses, the meetings listed that you want extra travel expense funds for are the reasons you receive travel expense funds in the first place. The travel expense funds is not for you to take trips for your special interests or enjoyment on the taxpayer's dime. On the screen, you'll see Councilmember Terosas' travel expenses from the Cal Cities Leaders Summit. Please note the highlighted line is for the hotel expenses at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Sacramento, where for one night she paid $267 for a room. Next is Mayor Negretti's travel expense for the same event at the same hotel, but notice by the highlighted line that she paid $1,029 for 2 nights, or $564 per night, which really makes it look like the mayor is living the high life on the taxpayer's dime. And the final one is Mayor Negretti's travel expense for her trip to Sacramento at Rick Zer's invitation on March 3rd, 2025, for lobbying purposes, I'm sure. But what's really interesting is that the $297 for her airfare was taken out of the general fund and not her travel expense account. Mayor Negretti, would you like to comment now on the purpose of your Capitol visit, considering you never reported it at a city council meeting? Or would that be what you mean by the mayor lending support to the council members? I also hope everyone notices that none of these have no signatures on any of them, showing proper protocols not being followed. And everything I've shown tonight can be found in the comments for this item. Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes public comment. And so now I'd like to invite the council and the Housing Authority to ask questions or have discussion about the Housing Authority items only. Do the Housing Authority members have any questions? No? We're a quiet group. So, all right. Oh, sorry, yes.
I have a question. It's not quite listed on here. It didn't make it to this budget, but originally I've been asking about, and people have been asking for years about forming the RAB cab and proposing a budget for that. We have been told repeatedly no. And so I just wanted to make note that after hearing all the neighborhood councils that are being funded, I don't see why a HUD approved and a HUD group that is supposed to be formed is not getting that same funding. So I encourage you to include that in your amended budgets. Maybe not this one, but soon.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so now we're gonna, I'm asking for a motion to adopt the Housing Authority resolution and the minutes. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I will move to adopt the Housing Authority resolution in the minutes.
I'll second it.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Terosas, seconded by Councilmember Snell.
Authority Member Muktasit St. Clair.
Approve.
Authority Member Phillips. Authority Members Wick.
Yes.
Authority Member Hall.
Yes.
Authority Member Raskin.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Authority Member Snell.
Yes.
Authority Member Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Chair Negrete.
Yes.
Wanna
Uh,
adjourn the
Yeah,
housing?
so that adjourns the Housing Authority Board meeting, and now we'll resume the Council Parking Authority meeting. Bless you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're resuming the Council Parking Authority meeting. Is there more staff presentation, or is that's it?
Can we show the recommended actions?
Okay, so this is the time where we would have, I know we had some questions just specific to the two slides, but if there's any other questions at this time, now would be the time to ask those. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
I have some fun questions. Well, I maybe have a weird definition of fun. And so if are we limiting it to the fees and permit and like parking right now, or is this for the entire rest of the item?
Looks like everything.
It's everything, right? Yeah.
Okay, cool. So for the alternative proposal for the 1 sergeant and 1 community safety officer versus 4 community safety officers, I understand that the reasoning for proposing the alternative is because we have added 11 new officers, but haven't added any new sergeants. Is there a particular department that this new sergeant would need to go to? And yeah. Sorry, I should have prefaced with questions for PD.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council, staff. I think the question was, where would the sergeant be assigned?
Yes.
So the sergeant would need to be assigned depending on staffing, where the vacancy is, where the shortage of supervisory personnel ends up being. So it could be in patrol, it could be in another unit.
It just depends on where we have, if I'm understanding correctly, it would be where we have a higher ratio of officers to supervising staff. Is that
correct?
Accurate to say? Okay, thank you. I phrase a lot of questions this way. And then I noticed that there was a public commenter who had mentioned some challenges with traffic safety enforcement, that they had felt that there wasn't sufficient enforcement. And I was just wondering, within the new amendments to this proposed budget, do you feel that you would be able to, or your department would be able to adequately enforce traffic safety laws?
So I think it's indirectly, right? Under the previous budget that was presented, 2 of the officers were specifically to be focused on traffic enforcement. The way that I'm asking for this is that a community service officer does the work of responding to take reports. They can take traffic accidents. They're experts in traffic accidents. And they can take lower level calls for service that therefore would make officers more available for everyday patrol work, including traffic enforcement. So I guess under the current setup that's being described right now, yes, indirectly, a CSO would free up an officer to do that kind of work.
And understanding the proposal for the hiring freeze excludes sworn positions, how many currently vacant sworn positions are specifically or would specifically be assigned to traffic safety?
So that all depends on how much capacity I have within the next round of vacancies that are coming up. And I think that we're pretty close. I think the last time I was in front of you, we were at 8. I think that as of maybe this week, we could be down to 6. So it's hard to say how many I can allocate in that direction because the department's been understaffed for years, and there's a lot of gaps that I have to fill, including traffic.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I think that's all my questions for you, Chief Batista. I appreciate you. And then I had questions about parking fees and revenue generation. I don't know who that would go to. Okay, thank you. So I understand that the only increase to parking fees would be for the residential parking permits. That's accurate, right? Or are there other parking fees that we're looking at increasing in this budget?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and Councilmember Cernitskaya. Good question. So that is the most substantial increase being proposed in the budget before you this evening in response to the council direction received at the budget study session. There are essentially the equivalent of cost of living adjustment parking fee increases that are being included that were detailed in the staff report. And then there's the extension of discount validation programs, et cetera. What you may be referring to is kind of the broader citywide lots, structures, and parking meters. Those are currently being studied by the Walker Parking Study, and we're on the schedule to come back to the City Council in August with the broader, parking rates study session, which would affect those parking rates at that time. That's also subject to the broader Coastal Commission permit process we'll need to undergo as well, but that's our first stop is in August.
Okay, got it. And then 2 more questions about parking. I recall that we had a council member discussion item, I want to say a few months ago, about a proposed pilot program to manage loading curb space and to have microtransactions that would generate some revenues. And I wanted to check in about where that is in the process.
Thanks for the question, Council Member. So a couple of updates with regard to that question. With regard to a smart loading program, a pilot program, which was part of the subject of that council direction, we are we've developed a RFI, a request for interest. We are working with our finance department and other colleagues internally to review and finalize that. Obviously, our finance colleagues have their hands very full at this time of year, but we are doing everything we can to get that released as early as possible in the new fiscal year, and that would help us then decide whether we would pursue a specific vendor through a sole source or do a competitive procurement after that, but it is moving forward. The other significant update, which will help with both loading issues in the downtown and also some kind of micro revenue generation, as you alluded to, is that we're close to rolling out some additional very short-term, essentially loading meter spaces in the downtown core, 2nd Street and 4th Street, which are very busy with loading, Uber Eats, deliveries, all sorts of things. We're doing some restriping and adjustments to the parking there. Since we have so much off-street parking in the structures, we really want to prioritize those short-term uses, the loading uses on-street.
Okay. And final question about parking. The staff report did note that it would be very challenging to implement a hardship waiver for the increases for the parking permits. Would we potentially be able to implement an option for a limited term payment plan? Like, could we potentially allow folks to split the parking permit payment in half or something like that? Because I do understand the staff report also noted that we have a payment plan, low income payment plan program for parking tickets.
So, Councilmember, I can get back to you with some more details on that. However, one thing I do want to note is that we do, for the residential preferential permit, offer 6-month permits, so that would be half
okay.
the cost. And so I believe that that would be an option at the new rates as well. And our parking manager is watching online and will probably get me an answer on that soon. But that's one option. And then I think the other thing that, obviously we had been studying residential preferential parking permit rates anyway as part of our ongoing parking study. When we got this new direction last month, we did some calculations which we reflected in the staff report with regard to the monthly cost of each of these permits. And so just kind of weighing the cost of the permits, the first car, if you have one vehicle, at the new rates is just over $3 per month. Even if one were to have 4 vehicles, the 4th vehicle would be priced at the new rates at $12 per month. And so I think, if we were to have a deferred payment plan or something that would require kind of significant staff time, I think it's a question of return on investment, given the dollar amounts that we're still looking at.
Would it
that would
be
a concern.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Would it be accurate to say that our current residential parking permit rates are lower than our comparative comparable peer cities, or would it be in line?
I don't have that data handy, and that we can follow up on that. I think they are, sort of compared to kind of what would describe as the market rate of parking. For example, for metered parking for off-street, they're still significantly less expensive. Obviously, they're costly, and this would increase those costs substantially. But I think that's sort of our best assessment.
Thank you. So that's all my questions on parking. Much appreciated. I'll reserve my comments on that till later. And then I just had another question about the neighborhood group grant program. I'm not sure who would. Okay.
Can try.
So the current budget includes a proposed elimination of the neighborhood group grant program and would save, it said, $49,000 in fiscal year 25-26 and $49,000 in fiscal year 26-27. Would you be able to clarify what the funding was initially intended for and what the groups are currently using it for?
Christopher? Yeah.
I can try. Christopher, you want to answer? I can try. So originally, these grants were set up for neighborhood associations to do newsletters. And as you know, the city had its own newsletter, Seascape, and we discontinued that and moved to a digital format. And what we're hoping that the neighborhood associations can do is also do the same thing, which is more cost-effective, can reach probably the same number of people and go to digital format. If we had to restore some of that funding, for example, it would have to come out of something else in our budget. And there aren't a lot of options. So it could come out of our auditor budget. It could come out of, let me just make sure I say this right. The 311 technology enhancements, those are the things that we still have funding about. So we think that the neighborhood groups can still do their newsletters, but do it digitally like the city is.
Do we know what they're currently using the grants for? If
Well, they're
not
supposed to be using it for
the
newsletters.
For the newsletters?
Yeah.
It does seem like they may be using it for certain events and things that, I don't know, sorry, yes.
It is true that some do use the money for an annual member event meeting of usually. So there's a sort of combination of uses. The neighborhood grants are used for newsletter or an annual meeting of the association.
If we were to reduce, if we were to go with the alternative proposal for the police department of instead of 4 CSOs and to do 1 sergeant and 1 CSO, would that cost savings potentially be able to be partially applied to restore at least some funding for the neighborhood groups? Or is that because it's Measure K funding, we can't? if that's the case, then.
So what we, direction on March was work within the budget to fund Measure K things. So we took that reduction so that we can fund Measure K things. If we're gonna achieve savings, there's no reason why we couldn't use it if you chose to do that.
And is there anything that restricts how neighborhood groups are able to accept funding? For example, would they be able to seek grants from maybe discretionary funds from our county supervisor's office, or potentially get sponsorships from local businesses? Are they allowed to do that?
Yeah, I mean,
They're a 501c3.
They're 501c3s, so
So
they can do that.
they can do that, okay. Not, okay.
They can all seek funding, but they're not all 501c3s.
Okay, got it. So if we were to go, actually, no, never mind. I'll save the comment/direction for the discussion part later. So thank you for clarifying all of those. I'll wait for discussion for next. Thank you. All right, that's all my questions.
Oh, you can't talk from the peanut gallery, but I appreciate it. You can send in a message. You can email us and we can see our emails from here, but thank you. I know you wanted to make a comment about the neighborhood group. I don't know if we want to allow for that, but it's one person. It's not the whole group, so. Okay, so you were still answering your questions or are you done? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
I'm taking my name out of the queue on questions.
Oh, okay. Does anyone else have a question? If not, I'm gonna just ask my couple of questions. Sorry, Chief. Oh, you're back there. I have a couple of questions, but we'll start with you. Okay, so I didn't vote for the changes last time because as someone who was a part of the change to what Measure K initially was, to make sure that half of that funding went towards public safety, I didn't feel that now it was doing that. It felt like it got switched over. So 5 sworn officers, what is the impact of 5 sworn officers versus 1 sergeant and 1 CSO? If you don't mind giving me that comparison, or what would be the impact of having 5 sworn officers?
So in this case, I think we had allocated 2 to go to traffic, 2 to go to downtown services, and 1 to add to the homeless liaison team. So obviously, those areas would right away get their staffing boosted. The sergeant, what the sergeant does in comparison to all that, is that he is the person that ensures that the directions and the strategies and all the things that we want to implement are actually applied. They're also the ones that hold officers accountable, ensure safety of our operations. They're the ones that take complaints from citizens, and they're just all around generalists and supervisors that are generally working in the field. The community service officer, as I described earlier, is one officer that is going to be able to take the load off of other officers because of the work that they do, responding to lower level calls for service and taking reports.
So to be clear, the 1 help team officer, if I understand correctly, there is how many currently in the help team?
I want to say there's 9.
So does that actually, that 1 additional actually make it so that there's more help team officers throughout the 24 hours?
Yes, because they work in pairs, and that allows them to go out.
Creates a whole other unit.
Yeah, right.
And then in terms of, how does it impact the drone and the Crime Impact Center? What we're doing in terms of sworn officers are required to run the drone?
In this case, that was not going to
Sorry,
help.
there's so much, sorry.
In this case, the 5 officers were not going to be allocated towards the real-time crime center.
They were going to be allocated, the 5 officers were going to be allocated to what originally? Sworn officers.
Downtown services, 2 of them to downtown services, 2 to motorcycle traffic, and 1 to the help team.
So they were going to address the traffic issues we were hearing earlier and boots on the ground in the downtown area?
Downtown, yes.
Okay. And then in terms of the CSOs, you're saying it's going to free up, does it have the same impact as having 5 sworn officers? That freeing up?
No, it doesn't have the same impact as having 5 sworn officers, but it certainly takes the load off of regular everyday officers because they can respond to calls for service, respond to traffic accidents, and they have a lot more breadth of ability to write reports.
Is there a preferred option for you if you had a choice?
I defer to the city manager's suggestion of a sergeant and a CSO.
Okay, and then my question, thank you. My question's, I guess, for finance, just Measure K funding, half of that was supposed to go towards this public safety model. How much is is actually going towards the fire PD combined safety model, meaning the response unit from fire and what is being proposed, I guess, for police?
Well, we're looking it up, but, yeah, I think one of the slides shows.
In the meantime, while you're looking that up, if code enforcement is here, if not, I can ask you this. You know, are we really looking at the revenue generating opportunities from code enforcement? Because we kind of discussed, we never really saw the numbers in terms of like our newly rolled out code enforcement action opportunities. It looks like there's more warnings than there is collection. Oh, there you are. I just wanted to get an update. So, you know, we amended last year the ability to go after vacant lots, for example. And since then, you know, just anecdotally and sort of asking about specific properties, it feels like and looks like we give a lot of warnings, but we don't actually collect and actually find people when we really need to. And it feels like I hear about finding people with home shares who are like, you know, in their late 60s renting out an Airbnb appropriately. We kind of harass those people or maybe business owners about little things. But then, you know, motels or that have been doing naughty things for years or dilapidated buildings, we have like multiple warnings, but we're not actually finding and collecting on those folks.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this information's come from. They're giving multiple warnings. That's not our policy. We issue a warning for whatever violations we see. If for some reason we go back at a later inspection and see additional violations, then we will issue a warning for those specific ones. But that doesn't negate the original warning. We'll continue the citation process upon our second inspection or what have you. Collection's a whole different thing. I'm working with city attorney's office to figure out ways to improve our collection rates. But I'm not sure where this.
Well, there's a couple, we don't have to name out the buildings now, but it seems like we have a more warning forward process in certain areas than actually collecting. So I guess my question is, when you actually give a citation, it sounds like recouping that money might take longer, and that's where we need the help, that we are giving citations, but we're not actually collecting the fees.
Yeah, I'd probably have to defer to the city attorney's office to explain the whole thing, but I don't think we can lien properties for unpaid citations. That's a whole, there's a different process that we have to go through. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I've been working with the city attorney's office to try to navigate that process.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sure.
So yeah, I was just curious how much of that money exactly now with this new proposal is actually of Measure K, what percentage of the funding is going towards?
Sure. So if you look at attachment D, our total in attachment D is about $6 million. Page 1, the 3 allocations there total about $300,000. Then we have $492 for the downtown community services officers. We have the APU, which is $625,000. And then we're also, based on council direction, preserving funding of $1.5 million overtime, which comes out to $3 million.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's half of it.
It's half of it.
I don't think it's more than half, it's just about half, right? Is the total 7.25?
It's more than half.
Okay. Okay, and then this RABCAP formation, that's for future, but I wanted to point that out. We've got, sorry, you already asked my question on the neighborhood groups. They're getting 7,000 right now times, I'm sorry, how many are there? 7? And we don't know for sure, but we think it's a combination of both mailers and potentially community gatherings. I don't think it's just one annual meeting, right? It sounds like maybe like the concerts or whatever it is that they're putting on for the community. Okay, Councilmember Snow?
I just have one question with the discretionary funds. I know you showed us something that was last year. Am I correct about that? You showed what the numbers were last year. But we have the option to just not make decisions about where we allocate this evening, but leave it just there as a total number for during the year to come back and utilize the discretionary funds?
Yeah, it's not required that you.
It's not required at all.
Required at all.
Okay, that was one of my
And
questions.
so we're showing you here is historical 3-year average.
What the historical
of the
average.
organizations, and then also in the last 2 years, some of the organizations that we also funded.
So are we, and the budget that we're looking for the July 25th is 137,000.
137.
137, which is a slight that's actually an increase from the year before, isn't it?
It is, and we also, at the end of the year, we roll over any remaining balance, and I'm not sure if is that included in this number?
Do we roll over?
The remaining balance for 24, 25?
Oh, okay.
You might have a little bit, but it's not.
Not much.
It's a very small amount.
So that the 137 is what we have the ability to allocate.
Is your new allocation for the fiscal year 25, 26.
And then we can leave that kind of for our discretion going forward. Okay, thank you.
Leftover travel budget goes in there too.
You may want to make a decision on the 4th of July parade. Jennifer just reminded me.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, say it again?
The 4th of July parade, if you're going to fund it, I think.
No, the 4th of July parade, I personally want to keep in, but I think that I would like to possibly take a look at those and maybe make it a decision at a point in time for some of them later. That's my thought and process about it.
Councilmember Snow, if you don't mind me just interjecting here, that SMAPA, which is like the orchestra when they go on a trip.
Right.
So that's not always, it tends to be a similar ask, but it
Okay.
doesn't always have to be the same. I don't know how it came up to
I
those
know
exact
grad
numbers.
night's always a similar ask.
Yeah,
So I
and those are up to, usually the PYFC car show is up to, so it doesn't have to be all of those exact numbers. Yeah,
so do we need to make that decision tonight?
Just for the 4th of July.
Just the 4th of
Just
July? Okay.
okay. Anybody else questions? Are we, discussion, direction? Motions, I don't know. Oh, Councilmember Zernitskaya?
So I'd like to suggest that we go with the alternative proposal for the community gardens and the alternative proposal for 1 community safety officer and 1 sergeant, and use the cost savings to preserve half of the neighborhood grants programs and utilize other savings where most needed. And what motion, would I move the staff recommendation with those amendments?
You can, yes. However, there was one motion that's direction, so you might want to just pull that one out and do the staff recommendation minus 13.
Okay.
Minus the,
Okay.
oh, attachment N, is that what you're talking about?
34 through 15, but minus number 13.
Okay. Okay, so I would move the staff recommendation with the exception of 13, with the 3 amendments that I noted.
Okay, is there a second?
Bueller? No,
Bueller.
just kidding.
Pause that thought. Councilmember Hall?
I'd like to move the staff recommendation with the following exceptions. I'd like to accept the alternative staff recommendation for 1 police sergeant and community service officer. I'd like to accept the alternative staff proposal to swap the sustainability office operating budget for community garden fees And I would like to fund the 4th of July parade for $15,000 and continue the council discretionary allocations for fiscal year 2025, 2027.
Councilmember Raskin?
I'll second that.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Terosas did.
Oh, didn't hear that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilman Zerniska, I was about ready to second your motion, but I'm curious why you'd only want to fund half of the neighborhood association grants. I mean, it's such a small amount of money.
I think just to step it down into maybe help encourage them to seek funding from other sources as well. But if you would prefer to provide direction to use the savings to fund the full, $7,000 for each neighborhood group, I can live with that, and maybe also provide direction that we look at potentially stepping it down in future years if we need to balance our budget, or that we look at what those funds are being used for. Because I'm not exactly sure. I understand from staff that the funds were initially intended for newsletters, and currently they're primarily being used for, I'm not sure, potentially newsletters, potentially events, potentially community gatherings. I don't exactly know, and I would love to better understand that if we choose to continue funding them in future budget years.
No, I know, don't shout, I know, I know, we don't want to start shouting in the back, but I got you. We know for a fact that was concerts put on. There used to be way more money put towards the neighborhood groups. It's now apparently not enough to do the mailers. Whether or not they've all gone to electronic or not, I'm not sure. I'm only in Sunset Park, so I can speak to what I get in the mail. But the money is also used to put on other types of in-person events.
Well, for the sake of moving this forward, I'm going to make a substitute motion for, I think we're mostly on the same page. The staff recommendations for the sergeant and community service officer, essentially what you said, but fully funding the neighborhood services, and for hopefully getting consensus, also adding in the bit about the council discretionary budget priorities. I forget exactly how you said it.
To fund the 4th of July parade and maintain the council discretionary budget as is, where it rolls over.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's the motion.
And I'll second that.
Sorry, you said to use the savings to fund the neighborhood group?
Correct.
Okay, in its entirety.
Sorry, I just have a question. Where is this savings coming from?
The 73,000.
The 73,000 that we are pulling from Measure K that would be allocated to the police department for, I believe, the police chief requested for training budget.
Okay, I was confused about that because I had asked in my questions earlier of if we could use those funds for other things, and
Yeah, Measure PSK is advisory, but
it's
it is currently slotted to the police department, and the police chief has said that he would like to use it for training budget.
the 73,000.
Can I just, counsel, really quick, I'm sorry, Jesse. Jesse's had his hand up, apparently we can't see it.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councilmember Zwick. Oh, can we just call him really quick?
Yeah, I was confused by that too. That was my impression, was that those savings were going to stay within the police department. But I would love some clarification, because I did hear something else said in response to Councilmember Zarnitskaya's question earlier. The only thing I would say, I just wanted to quick insert is, while I'm fine to continue the broader discussion on council discretionary funds, I think there is a lot logic to pre-allocating a lot of this money and not doing it all ad hoc throughout the year. So I'd love to bring it back at the next meeting. I'm also curious whether or not we could just move the bids forward at this moment, but that's my only request.
Councilmember Hall, are you still in the queue? Councilmember Raskin, and before you speak, I was just going to ask if you wanted to. Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, sorry. Chief Batista, maybe we can call you up and ask you about this point. Yeah, perhaps you can just give us some clarity on if there was an intent for using those $73,000. And I mean, my understanding was that, I mean, the neighborhood grant program would be cut in part to offset, or rather to refund the Measure K expenditures. But I don't know, hopefully someone can provide some clarity on this.
I am fully supportive of supporting the neighborhoods to make sure that they can communicate and stay connected. Because at the end of the day, that connectivity between them and certainly us, because we are deeply involved in that web of communication with them about what's going on, and they help us amplify the safety message. So from our perspective, yes, I did ask for the funding that was in excess to be allocated to training. Councilman Hall is correct, but I see the benefit for the neighborhoods in this situation and would totally support it.
I have a question before you leave. Are we losing out on anything by allocating that? We just want to make sure that we're not losing out on overtime or training.
We're not losing out on overtime, but obviously training is very important to how we maintain our professionalism and our posture.
But you're saying you would be okay, it wouldn't have a detrimental effect to the department to,
The public's safety, I think, is what I'm thinking about in this situation.
goes hand in hand. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Raskin, did you have a, so the motion on the floor was staff recommended with funding 4th of July parade at $15,000 with the staff proposed 1 sergeant and 1 CSO and the new proposed non-increase to the community gardens. The substitute motion is all of the above except taking the savings of the $73,000 and pulling it and putting it back to the neighborhood groups, distributed across all neighborhood groups. Is that correct? And the substitute motion was made by Councilmember Raskin with a second by Zernitskaya, and that is what we vote on first. Oh, sorry.
Can I just have a point of clarification? Because the total for the neighborhood grants is 49,000. The difference in savings is 73,000.
Okay.
So I just want to be clear what we're.
So sorry, may
But
I?
I just want to be clear about the direction of what.
Sure, I'll let the makers
We're
and-
funding for the grants, so that.
Councilmember Raskin, my idea was to, now understanding what we understand, to still allocate the remainder of that cost savings to PD for training. So neighborhood groups and remainder to training. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Wait, are you saying to training or to the neighborhood groups? I'm confused. Oh,
Yes.
You're dividing it. You're saying
Dividing it,
49,000.
so
Okay.
73,000, so minus 49,000 for
Got it.
the neighborhood groups and remainder still for training.
Okay. Councilmember Hall, are you meaning to be in there?
I'll just make it one comment that I think it is ridiculous that we are spending public funds on organizations, or that we're even discussing spending public funds, taxpayer dollars, on organizations that make political endorsements in this community. That's disgusting.
Okay, so we're going to do the substitute motion first. Are we calling the vote on that?
There's more people in the queue, I don't know.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Snell.
Councilman Swick made I agree with Councilman Swick with respect to, can we bring back the discretionary fund activity at our next board meeting? Because we may want to.
We have to, the 4th of July parade is coming up.
The 4th of July parade, but I thought at our next council meeting, I'd like to bring that issue back to us. So maybe we might want to allocate some of the other events that we normally do over the years.
Can I suggest that you bring it back on the 29th
That's
as
fine,
opposed,
but I
as
think I wanna
opposed to
bring
the
it back
next
soon.
meeting?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Is that amenable to folks over here? Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
I appreciate what Councilmember Hall noted about allocating public funds to organizations that may take political political partisan stances. I wanted to get clarification then from staff that my understanding of the neighborhood group grant program was that none of those funds could be used for political partisan purposes, and that they could not receive the funds if they chose to endorse candidates in races. Is that accurate? Is that inaccurate?
What's accurate is that the use of the $7,000 grant funds cannot be used for political activities. They have to be used for specific uses that are part of their grant agreement. So I can't speak to the other piece of it, but for the $7,000, that cannot be used for a political activity.
That's correct. The public funds cannot be used for political purposes.
And we enforce that through an annual report, or?
They have to sign a grant agreement about the use of funds, and then I believe they bring back a report of how they use the funds for our record keeping.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
So just to clarify, we've never audited that?
That's a question. He's asking, have we ever audited that?
I can't speak to recent years because there's been some changes, but historically there was a very active process by which staff would review all of the receipts and other things that would be submitted annually by the neighborhood groups, and that was the auditing process for the grant funds.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, Councilmember Hall, I share your concern. I wonder if we can add as direction to this motion an auditing component to this. I mean, I worry about adding further costs and adding more to our budget through this.
The report that the neighborhood groups submit, how they're
Yeah. I don't know, maybe our city manager can help us out here.
We'll figure out some way of auditing it, whether we go back to the same system that we used previously, but we'll come up a way of asking them to submit information so that we can ensure that the money is being spent the way it's supposed to be
I was
spent.
going to simply suggest that I'm sure they could provide receipts since most have said that they're not getting enough money to show proof that they're spending the money towards the things. Oh,
Yeah, we could either audit it or we can ask for reimbursement instead of, giving them money up front. So they would send the receipts,
It's
they would
just
get audited that way, and then we would reimburse them.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you. I have I think what I would propose to be a much simpler solution, which is to say that only neighborhood groups that actually are 501c3s and do not make political endorsements are entitled to any city funding.
If that's friendly to the maker of the substitute motion, it's friendly.
Can
to
you
the
repeat
seconder.
that, Councilmember?
Yes, it's that only neighborhood groups that are registered as 501c3s and do not make political endorsements are eligible for funding from the city.
That might affect those that aren't. I don't know how many of them are 501c3s or not. Do we know that?
That's what they
information?
were intended to be, as neighborhood
Yeah.
supporting groups.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Torosis.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Councilmember Hall. I think the simplest way to do this, I don't support funding organizations who are using the money for non-intended purposes, which it sounds like what has happened here. There's no comments. We had stated that we were using this money for newsletters. That's what's not happening. I can tell you, I've lived in 2 neighborhoods. I've not gotten any newsletters mailed to my house. But what I would say is that I would not even entertain giving any money unless there was a signed agreement that these entities were 501c3s or immediately were going to become 501c3s and were not making political endorsements, because that is not what these groups are intended to do.
Councilmember Raskin.
Well, I think all this is a little bit of a moot point because the funds can't be used for political purposes anyway. I mean, it's subject to this auditing requirement. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what the auditing is for. I mean, if it gets us to consensus, I'd be okay with, I don't know, a reasonable time frame for getting organizations to 501c3 status. I mean, that takes a long time, and it takes money that the community organizations would otherwise spend on things like neighborhood cleanups and musical events. So I hear you, but again, I think it's largely moot point because the money can't be used for political purposes.
Just so I think we've kind of gone back and forth enough times. We have a motion and a substitute motion. So just to repeat, the first that we're calling the vote on is the substitute motion, which is the recommended actions by staff with the diversion of the savings from option to have a sergeant and a CSO to go to training and to the neighborhood groups. And then also to give the $15,000 to 4th of July parade. And I'm sorry, what was the other?
Does this include the 501c3 friendly amendment from Councilmember Zwick?
I don't,
I was
wasn't
comfortable
clear
with
on that.
I don't know if.
I think it was
Councilmember
just,
Raskin is.
I mean, I just want to make a note that asking someone to do a 501c3 who's someone who's created 4 of them is ridiculous. I mean, it's a very hard process and costly. I think we're belaboring neighborhood groups and we're making something, that's my comment about it, big out of, these are groups of people who want to be able to spend money to educate community, to get them involved. If we want to make sure that they provide receipts to show that they use that money, not to endorse candidates, but rather to do exactly what we're asking them to do, I'm sure we can have them do that with simple language without any cost and suffice what we're trying to get at here.
So no friendly amendment.
I mean, I'm sorry, it's not my motion and it's probably inappropriate, but that was just my comment.
I think this is a broader conversation we have to have about neighborhood associations. And I don't know if it's appropriate to do it now in the context of a $49,000 budget allocation in the context of a $700 million budget. And it's money that, again, can't be used for political purposes. So I'm sorry, it's not friendly right now, but I think we should come back to this point.
Councilmember Raskin, just to clarify, does your substitute motion include the auditing of the expenditure of these funds and requirement of them providing receipts and, okay, all right. Thank you for the clarification.
So to be clear, the friendly, right now it stands with the maker and the second, that the funding will go with the verbiage that we will audit by way of receiving receipts to the neighborhood groups. The remainder will stay with the police department for training. We will go with the option where there's no raises to the community garden fees, and let's call the vote on the substitute. Oh my God.
Is back in his hand is
What?
raised. I don't know if that
I
was.
said the 15,000 before.
Is that old or is that, you're still a current hand raise?
So the substitute motion is to go
Sorry,
with,
Councilmember Zwick as his hand
oh,
raised.
sorry,
So-
Councilmember Zwick. Councilmember Zwick? Oh.
It's fine. I mean, are we going to a vote? That's fine.
Yeah. So the vote that's on the floor right now is a substitute motion to go with staff's recommendation, which includes the option to not raise the community garden fees and to take the sergeant with the CSO, taking that 73,000 and some change savings and putting 49,000 to the neighborhood groups. The remainder stays with the police department for training. And then we are funding the 4th of July parade, and we will be looking at the rest of the things for our discretionary funds later.
So you are funding from discretionary fund, right? The 50?
Yes.
Okay, calling the question. On the substitute, Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Potem Terosis,
No.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
No.
Councilmember Zwick,
No.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
I would just like to explain my no vote. I really appreciate staff. You all have worked tremendously hard on this. Thank you for taking our direction. Thank you for being nimble. Thank you for understanding in these extremely, extremely difficult budget times when other jurisdictions are laying people off. You have found a way to not only,
Vote, or you
yes, I'm explaining my no vote, do fair labor negotiations, but also to come and give us options and solutions. So thank you. I am simply voting no on this because it is very clear. I deal with this every day. C4 organizations can lobby, period. I do not believe that the city of Santa Monica should fund any organizations that can perform lobbying functions. Thanks.
I would also like to explain my no vote. I think it's incredibly inappropriate to be using taxpayer dollars to subsidize organizations that make political contributions and political endorsements.
Councilmember Zwick, did you have anything to say, or I can't see and I'm not getting any messaging?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. All right.
Are we adjourning the parking authority meeting
Yes, so that adjourns the parking authority meeting
and resuming the regular council?
and resuming our regular council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, staff, for all of your tremendous
Is
work on
this-
this. Thank you.
What was that? Is that from? Okay, I don't know. Is this where we're gonna, oh, you've got something to, don't you have something to add?
Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher.
1 more hour.
Okay, bye.
Ooh, you and I are close on Sunday. Cancers. Oh, I'm not supposed to open it yet.
Oh, yeah. Can't announce the award winner early.
Yeah, it's like an award show.
That was B.
Could somebody get these away from me? Do you want these over there?
Okay, now we're 16. So we have to adjourn this special.
I just did,
Oh, you
yeah. We went back to the regular meeting. Does anyone need to go to the restroom?
All right. Item 16A, annual appointments to the following boards and commissions, and we'll go through them one by one. So the first one is the Airport Commission. There's one appointment available. The requirement is that it's a resident of Santa Monica, and there is one incumbent who has just finished his second term, so he would need a supermajority vote in order to be appointed to a third term. I'm sorry, you're.
Councilmember Hall?
Mayor, I have a motion to make. So just before we get started on all of 16A, per Council Resolution 11510, I move to authorize the approval of a third term for the following individuals, contingent upon a nomination and confirmation vote as council's choice via our ranked choice voting method. And those three individuals are Andrew Wilder for the Airport Commission. Please forgive me if I pronounce this wrong. Yu Nok Lo for Building and Fire Life Safety Commission, and Amy Green for the Landmarks Commission.
Second.
Okay, do we need a roll call vote, or can we just do all in favor?
Or they all have to be roll call votes. Councilmember Zwick.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, right, because Vic is calling in, sorry.
Councilmember Zernskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay, so again, there's one seat available on the Airport Commission. Andrew Wilder is the incumbent, and then we also have David Hopkins and Eve Lopez.
And just a quick point of order, sorry. Madam Clerk, can you just confirm the date on which Commissioner Wilder submitted his application to be reappointed to a third term? I believe it was June 16th.
He
Is that
actually
correct?
submitted on June 15th, we accepted it on June 16th.
And the submission deadline per the notice was noon of June 17th, is that
That is
correct?
correct.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to nominate Andrew Wilder.
Second. Oh, we're not doing that. We're just ranked choicing. Okay.
Any other nominations? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zernskaya.
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes. Welcome back to the board, okay.
Councilmember Hall, did you want to make a motion to accept this late application for the Architectural Review Board?
Yes, Madam Clerk. So I move we hereby waive the prohibition on accepting late applications contained in Section 1B of Resolution 11510 so that the late application from applicant Sadie Gill could be considered.
Second.
Councilmember Zernskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall, I'm sorry, Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so on the Architectural Review Board, there are 2 seats available. There is, I'm sorry, one incumbent for the first seat, which is for the seat that must have a licensed architect. And the nominations or the appointments are Jesse Campos, Yoon Young Lo, who was just appointed, or no, actually, they haven't been appointed yet to the Building Life Safety yet, and Victoria Pakshong.
But UNOC requires 5, right? Because it's a third term?
No.
Oh,
No, that's for the Building Life Safety.
Oh,
He's
sorry.
applying for, or she, I'm sorry, I don't know the gender, but they're applying for this board as well.
okay.
Yeah, that's the other seat.
Yeah. Should we rank them?
I'd like to nominate Jesse Campos and Victoria Pakshong.
Any other nominations? Can we do it by
I'd like to nominate Patrick and for.
That's a separate seat. It's a different seat. There's two.
Oh, you're
seats.
doing, you're species.
Yeah.
Can we do that by acclamation? No.
Can't do anything back.
Sorry, I just want to keep you on your toes.
And we have 2 nominations, so we have to call the roll.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick,
Campos?
Councilmember Hall,
Sorry. Oh, it's because there's 2. We're just saying the name. Campos.
Councilmember Raskin,
Campos.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Campos.
Councilmember Snell,
Compass.
Councilmember Zernskaya,
Campos.
and Mayor Negrete.
Jesse, no, I'm just kidding. And it's Jesse Campos. I just had to do that.
Okay, so now we're gonna move to the second seat. We have,
Victoria.
we have 4 qualified candidates for this seat. Patrick Teague, who requires 5 votes. Yoon Yok Lo, Victoria Pakshong, and Sadie Gill.
Sorry, this is the non-architect, yeah.
Any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Victoria Pakshong and Sadie Gill.
I'm going to nominate Teague.
This is just 1 seat though, right?
Correct.
But you're nominating 2 people? Okay.
Okay.
For an architect. No, not an architect. Sorry, I'm
Non-architect.
getting confused.
Non-architect,
Yeah, okay.
So, Madam Clerk or City Attorney, how do we, do we need a separate motion for Teague if he's a 3rd term? Is he a 3rd term?
He's a
It's either
third.
ranked choice.
I know, I
Can't
thought we were
really
using
do
this.
5 that way. So we would need to, that's why I did the 3 at the beginning. So I think we need to determine if Patrick Teague has 5 votes, like we did at the beginning with everyone else, to put him into the
Shouldn't we be
nomination.
using this for, isn't that what this is for?
It doesn't work that way
Oh.
for a 5th to get 5 votes
Oh.
per our resolution.
So we
I don't
could
even
just do
see
it
what the
manually right now to see.
Yeah.
where the votes
So,
should
yeah,
to
I,
vote on
okay, so
Teague.
I move, hold on.
Like we have a litmus test on Teague.
So per Council Resolution 11510, I move to authorize approval of a 3rd term for Patrick Teague for the Architectural Review Board, contingent upon a nomination and confirmation vote as council's choice via our ranked choice voting method.
Second.
Councilmember Zwick,
This is just up, down.
Question?
Mhm.
Sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah.
The ranked choice doesn't include the late nominee.
Yeah, I'll add it.
Okay.
We still need a vote on the motion. Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Wait, sorry, I'm so confused. This is a yes, I'm reappointing him? No, yes, I'm,
This is we are pre-authorizing in case he becomes the council's
got it.
consensus
Yes,
choice.
Yes, yes, yes,
To
yes,
comply
yes.
with a
Got it, yes,
resolution
yes.
11510.
Yes. Councilman Snell said yes.
That's a lot of action. Thank God Dan's paying attention.
oh, I'm sorry, did I finish calling her? I was
No,
adding
he
the
didn't.
name.
No,
That's why I
we're all
said-
just.
That's why I said Councilman Snell said
Okay,
yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Wait, did Mayor Pro Tem vote?
Mayor
Yes,
Pro
I
Tem,
said
did you vote?
yes, I
Okay.
said yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernskaya,
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Okay.
And now,
We are really just having fun here.
so now we need to hear nominations.
Hold on for
Did
just
I-
a second. So the nominees are Patrick Teague, Victoria Pakshong, and Sadie Gill. So we're removing you. Okay, you can cast your votes.
Or we're casting them on
Oh,
here?
yeah, your QR codes are in the, it's the second QR code.
Okay.
I have to, oh, now the names are correct, okay.
16A.
Although I have you knock low on mine.
Does it, oh, let me
Maybe I should reset.
try it again. You can skip, you can also just,
I know, it had the wrong names on it. Because I was using one I had pulled up a while ago.
So the top is 1 and the bottom is 3 or something?
16A to B.
Yeah, just in the drag and drop, you just put your first choice on top?
Yes.
Okay.
At the bottom, it says buy me a beer. I thought it said buy me a beer.
All right, someone voted on the wrong ballot.
Oh, was that me? No, I don't think so.
I don't think it was me.
Did you guys all vote on the right ballot?
Should have been 16A to B. I have 6 votes for A2B and 1 for A2A. So somebody voted on it.
I
Did I
did the
do it
right one because
again?
it had the right 3 names. Who,
It had the right 3 names.
I haven't voted.
Barry, did you vote on the one that had the, what 3 names did you have on it?
I voted on A2B, I thought.
Well, we have 6 votes for that, so, and then 1 for the A2A, so,
Oh, there, she just did it now.
okay.
Okay,
Sorry. Took me a sec.
okay, yeah, I did already.
Okay.
So, so Victoria Pakshong has been elected or appointed with 4 votes.
Would it be appropriate to change my vote if we wanted to make it unanimous? As is
Sure.
our custom?
I don't know how you do that, but
I don't know if that's necessary under ranked choice voting or not, but
No,
it
it's probably-
just
I guess I can do it
seems
manually,
fine.
but
it's fine.
You fine?
I think
We just ceremonially,
ceremonially, unanimously, we welcome Victoria to the Architectural Board. Okay, now Arts Commission.
I'll nominate Ethan Koretsky.
I'd like to nominate Stacy Griesbach, Liz Dubelman, and Thomas Sullivan.
I'm sorry, that was Stacy Griebach Sullivan. And who was the other one?
Dubelman?
Okay. And I'm sorry, Mayor Pretend, did you nominate someone as well?
Yes, Ethan Koretsky.
Okay. All right, give me a minute.
Should we vote now?
No, I gotta remove,
This for the art commission?
Yes.
gotta remove the non-candidates.
I don't see Ethan's name on there.
She's fixing it, I think.
Oh.
This is definitely not right. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, we gotta get out of it.
Okay.
Okay. You can scan it now. You might have to refresh.
All right, you should be good now.
Point of clarification, since there are 2 seats, is this ballot for the top 2 vote getters will, okay, thank you.
I'm confused. I'm still getting like 12 candidates.
Yeah.
This is,
Sorry, I mean,
I just deleted the
too.
ones.
You can
that-
just delete 'em.
I just deleted the ones we didn't nominate.
I don't even remember who at first was nominated, but
Oh,
Thomas Sullivan, Ethan Koretsky, who was the other person nominated?
Stacy Griesbach and Liz Dubelman. Ethan Koretsky, Stacy Griesbach, Liz Dubelman, Thomas Sullivan were nominated.
it should be correct now, the ballot. Waiting for 2 more votes.
I voted.
I did too.
Did you vote, Councilmember Zwick?
Yep.
Let me refresh, maybe it's just, okay, they're all in. So, we have Stacy Griesbach and Elizabeth Dubelman are the top 2.
What? That's not what it says on mine.
The top, it says 2 different people.
Right, but then it goes,
Gretzky, then.
but then it goes to, it went to the second round. It's the rank first judge and kicks it to another round if you,
Doesn't it tell you the winners at the
No,
top?
no, I think it says Ethan, then Stacy.
Yeah.
then in round 2, round 1 was Ethan and Stacy, but then in round 2, it went to Stacy and
No, there's 2
Elizabeth.
seats, that's not how.
There's 2 seats, so Ethan Koretsky exceeded the
Right,
quota
exactly.
in round 1
Yeah.
and was elected, and Stacy Griesbach in round 2 became our second appointee.
Sorry.
Exactly.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm still getting used to this too.
All good.
Doesn't it just say it at the top?
It's
Yeah,
the
Yes.
green text, yeah.
the very top, though, if you scroll all the way up. It just tells you the results right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's,
Nice. I didn't know that either. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it just tells you at the very top.
We're on the building fire.
Okay.
all right.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ethan Koretsky and Stacy, I'm gonna say it wrong, Griesbach.
Okay. So the next seat is for the audit subcommittee. There's only one applicant, Juan Matute.
Wait, what about building and fire life safety?
That comes after A.
After what?
On A, we're in alphabetical order.
Oh,
There is no ballot for it because there's only one candidate.
got it.
I
So,
nominate Juan Matute.
Second.
I second it.
We don't need a second.
you know, we need to, there's only one, so you just gotta, you still have to call it, right?
Councilmember Skaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
All right, now to building and life safety. There are 2 vacancies. One is for a seat that must be filled by a state certified licensed registered architect, and there's only one candidate or one applicant that qualifies, and he needs 5 votes. That's Daniel Jansen's son.
I'm under the impression there are other architects that serve.
They didn't apply for that seat. There's, well, hold on for a second.
This is for building fire, life and safety, right?
Right, he's the incumbent for that seat.
And he needs 5 votes?
He needs 5 votes.
So do you need a motion?
I'm sorry, there's 2 vacancies for the non-required, was just basic general seats, and there's 1 seat available for the,
But just to be clear, we already approved at the beginning about the whole, so
Right,
we got past that part.
right.
And I believe if I'm reading the agenda correctly, it's not that there's a reserved seat, a specific seat, it's that one of the 3 must be a
Shall.
professional licensed architect, of which 2 of the remaining candidates are architects.
That is correct.
So there's only
But
2.
Daniel Jensenson currently
Is-
holds that seat.
Correct.
Correct, right.
So I'd like to nominate Lindsay McLaughlin, Enoch Lowe, and Sarah Hamill.
Before we get there, Dan Jansen's applying for a third term, right?
Correct.
I'm going to make a motion before we do any further nominations, like we said before, contingent upon results, everything, to appoint Dan Jansen to a third term.
There a second? Okay, motion fails. Okay. For lack of a second, sorry.
So we're scanning and,
Yeah, I have to just adjust. the
I mean, I already see this 3 names in there, so.
Oh. Okay, cool. Great, yeah, go ahead, have at it.
Well, yeah.
There's two, oh yeah, there's 3 seats and 3 names, so they all just get appointed.
I'll get appointed.
Well,
But we still have to vote on it.
okay.
Right. Councilmember Janoskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Teresa.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
All right, next is Clean Beaches. There are 3 seats. The only requirement is that they're a Santa Monica resident. The 3 incumbents are Marion Clark, Richard Malone, Sammy Romani. And then the other applicants are Jeffrey Charles, Dennis McDade, Larissa China, Justin Silber, and Karsten Vissery.
So how many names are we nominating? I'm sorry. 3?
There's 3 seats available.
Well, I'm going to nominate Marion Clark, Richard Malone, and Sammy Russ Romani.
I'm sorry, Marion Clark.
The 3 incumbents.
Okay.
I'd like to nominate Karsten Vissering, sorry if you said this, Dennis McDade, and Justin Silver.
You said Denise McDade?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Denise McDade.
Okay.
Dennis McDade and Larissa is what you said, right?
3 seats, right?
Correct.
But there's some names on here that we can, I guess we have to move.
Your ballot should be set now.
Oh.
Waiting for 2.
Sorry, that's me.
Waiting for 1.
We have 3 pages of this.
Okay, results are in.
At the top.
So
It's at the,
Marion
it's at the
Clark,
very, yeah, I know.
Richard Malone, and Karsten Vissery.
Welcome.
I do think we are required to show our votes, so we do
Yeah,
need to
you
scroll
did,
through
yeah.
and show the screen.
It's in the minutes, too.
It's in the minutes, but she just,
Okay, thank you.
so welcome Marion Clark. Says record, Malone and Karsten Vissering to the Clean Beaches and Ocean Parcel Tax Advisory Committee. Next is the Commission on Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and the Environment.
Correct. We have 1 incumbent, David Pettit, and then Judy Abdo is currently not eligible because of the clause that she has to sit out for a year, although it's very close. And then Alex Miller, David Lappin, Zachary Morano, Justin Rozan, and Larissa Shad China.
Any nominations?
David Pettit.
Justin Rouzon, David Lappin, and Judy Abdo.
Well, you would have to.
Oh, you can't, she's not eligible.
Not
so she has
eligible
to
unless
sit
you
out.
My
vote.
bad, sorry, okay.
Yeah.
I'll retract that. So David Lappin and Justin Rouzon.
Okay.
You need 3 positions?
There's one.
No, one, yeah.
Let me just clean up the ballot. Okay, you can start voting. Missing one.
I did it. Councilmember Zwick, have you voted?
Yes.
They're all in.
Okay.
Okay, so the winner is David Pettit. And I'll show the details of the vote. DeRosis was Pettit, Raskin was Pettit, Snell was Rozon, Hall is Pettit, Zwick is Pettit, Negrete is Pettit, and Zernitsky is Pettit.
Welcome, David Pettit, or welcome back.
All right. The next seat is for the Disabilities Commission. There's a requirement that they must be a resident who has significant experience in the Disabilities Commission. I'm sorry, Disabilities Community. The incumbent is Suleiman Babatunde Adeyemi, and there's also an application from Derek Townsend.
This is the self-identified with a disability?
No, this is works in the community.
Oh, okay, so we're going with the resident one first?
Resident one first?
I'd like to make a motion here. I'd like to, well, is there, I guess it's not appropriate to say which self-identify with a disability or,
Yeah. Well,
okay, well, I'd like to make a motion to fill the 3 seats that are self-ID'd disability and continue the 4th seat.
Second.
There's only 2 seats for the self-identified disability.
so there's 3 seats available, 2 of them.
So, okay, I understand. I'd like to fill 3 seats tonight and continue the 4th seat.
Second.
We have to do a roll call. Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay. So we're doing the 2 seats with the self-identified disabilities and the 1.
Resident.
Can we just
Can I just
nominate
make yeah,
Can we just re-nominate the incumbents
Yeah,
for the mix of the seats?
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So do you want to nominate all 3 incumbents?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to, okay.
Second.
Nominations?
I'd like to nominate Derek Townsend
To which of the 3?
to the just resident seat.
So does that mean we're doing the scanning?
Yeah, you're going to have to.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to do seat by seat then.
As long as one of the top 3 is somebody who self-identifies with a disability, we've met that requirement. Is that accurate to say?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So which QR code are we, does it matter, I guess, which one are we scanning?
So
yes, it does matter.
Yeah.
Because we all need to be on the same ballot.
Yeah.
So we can only do 2 right now. So should we do the first 2, which is the self-identifying with a disability?
I can put them all on one ballot if that's,
I think we would just put them all on one.
Okay. I mean, normally we would nominate them out loud anyways, but, and then,
right, so I have to make some adjustments, so give me a second.
how's everybody feeling tonight? While we're waiting, we need hold music. Do, 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 do.
Or Jeopardy music.
Yeah.
And this is still faster.
Yeah, no, it is. It's also nice and we're bringing it back to boring. Everyone's tuned out, went to bed. Yeah, exactly. We could use a DJ in between sets. And isn't that funny, the same name?
So which ballot are we using?
She's
give me
just,
1 second, I have
she's,
to-
she's gonna modify one of the QR codes to have all 3 on one, and then let us know which one to scan.
All 4 on 1.
On 4 on one.
Okay, so you can scan the one that says 16A7A.
Great.
You want to do it over there? Okay.
So,
Chip chop.
I know. We got 10 minutes, council, if we want to be on time.
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, we have to do that because I think it was originally set up for just 2. So, hold on for a second.
Do it over?
Yeah, hold on, let me
It had
reset it.
4 people on there. I noticed there was only 2 incumbents out of the 3. Yeah.
2 were in the system, she had selected 2 for winners. So we have to.
Oh.
Oh, and I also have 8 votes in here, so someone,
Oh.
'Cause I
Who's
voted
scanning?
twice.
Oh. Oh, he voted twice.
Because I did it once and then you changed everything over, so. So you want us to
do you know how to
scan it
change this
again?
though?
Should we?
Should we
back
just
this
do,
one?
should we come back to that one? But then you still have to mess with it, so I'm just wondering.
Can I
Yeah.
simplify things? I'm going to make a motion. Can I just make a motion to forego ranked choice voting and reappoint the 3 incumbents?
Second.
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 Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Motion made by Raskin,
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Councilmember Zernskaya.
Well, okay, hold on. Technically, we need to waive the council rules first,
Okay,
which requires 5 votes. So I move that we waive the council rule on ranked choice voting for the appointment of the Disabilities Commission.
second.
Aye.
Well, we have to do it because Jesse's on the,
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Potem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
yes.
And that was to waive ranked choice voting.
And then there's a motion by Councilmember Raskin, seconded by myself, to appoint the 3 incumbents.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Potem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Housing Commission. 2 residents of Santa Monica, at least 1 shall be an affordable housing program participant who is or was unhoused. At least 1 shall be an
Yes,
affordable.
so there's 4 seats
60
open.
years older.
1 has to be a resident and affordable program participant who is or was unhoused. There's 3 candidates for that seat. The incumbent is Teresa Marasco. There's also applicant Larissa Shed China, and then Maria C. Valley is not eligible because she's not a resident.
This is for the
Santa Monica resident and affordable program participant who is or was unhoused.
Are we making nominations? Teresa Marasco.
Can I just clarify, Ms. Marosca does not need a 4/5, a 5/7 vote,
No.
correct? Okay.
Any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Deborah Lynch. And, sorry, stand by.
Yeah, she. Well, you have the wrong one.
She's not.
And Lydia
I would
Garcia.
wait till she's putting the names in as we, so don't do it till she's done yet.
I'm sorry, who did you nominate, Councilmember
Deborah
Hall?
Lynch and Lydia Garcia.
And Lydia Garcia.
And I'd like to also nominate Gregory Harris and Shane Hickson.
You're putting them all together?
There's 4 seats.
I have the unhoused.
Well, there's 4 seats, but
Oh.
there's different qualifications.
Get out of
Okay,
that.
sorry,
It's
I'm
just
conf-
adding names. You
all
can
right.
Get out of that now. Don't get on it yet. Don't
So
get
we
on
have a
it.
seat for just general, we have a seat for a senior citizen, and we have a seat for a formerly or currently unhoused voucher participant.
Right.
Who
So-
qualifies
so-
for which?
So where do I,
So Teresa Marasco, Larissa Shedd China, and technically Deborah Lynch all qualify for the Santa Monica resident and affordable program participant who is or was unhoused. Deborah Lynch also qualifies as a 62-year-old to hold the seat or older.
Senior.
And then Linda Rush and Raymond Rakshani also qualify for that seat.
So we're doing the first one, which was the formerly unhoused and resident, correct? And I nominated Teresa Marasco. Is there any other nominations? Yes, in that category. Councilmember Hall nominated.
Sorry, Teresa Marasco requires a
No.
5 votes. She's completing her second term.
I thought you said she didn't.
She also has a 2-year term now, so.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right. Thank you.
Okay, so Teresa Marasco and does Deborah Lynch, and there was one other person, Councilmember Hall? That's in that category, the formerly unhoused and or resident.
I believe Lydia Garcia.
No, she doesn't qualify for a seat.
Oh, okay. Sorry, who else qualifies for the seat?
So,
Lydia
Larissa
Mara-
Shedd China, Linda Rush, and Raymond Rakshani.
Because she hasn't, she's gonna update it. That's why I kept saying, wait till she's done.
Any
I'll
other
nom-
nominees?
Sorry, could you repeat those names one more time?
Larissa Shedd China, Deborah Lynch was already nominated, Linda Rush, and Raymond Rakshani.
I'll nominate Larissa Shed China.
Okay, so we have Marasco, Shedd China, and Lynch.
Can we go in it now?
Yes, well, I have to edit it.
She has to edit it.
tell me when I need to shoot it.
And we're just ranking them.
You're missing one on here.
Yeah, I know, I haven't edited it yet.
Went too early.
Wanna go home?
4 more minutes so I can make it until. Every time I refresh, so you have to log in again.
Still not there.
Okay.
I don't know. Today might be the day where this didn't save us.
That's because I just.
Have fun.
Is it ready now?
Yes. So you're voting on the one
I can go in now?
that says unhoused, so it's 16A8A.
Submitted.
1 seat, yes.
Councilmember Zwick, did you get that?
Yeah, I voted.
16A should have 3 names.
16A8A. So Larissa Shad China was appointed to the unhoused seat.
Could you show the votes?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So Raskin was Marasco, Hall was Shad China.
Why is mine, oh, Taurosis is in there.
I'm sorry, it goes down to the last, I'm sorry, the last round was Shad China for Raskin, Hall was Shad China, Snell was Shad China, Negrete was Shad China, Zwick was Deborah Lynch, Zernskaya was Lynch, and Taurosis is Lynch.
Okay.
So now we go to the senior?
Yeah,
I-
now we go
and
to the senior.
I don't think we have to read them all out afterwards, right? We can just show it? Yeah, just so we can move. Okay, so now we're at the senior part, right?
Right, so Deborah Lynch, Linda Rush, and Raymond Rakshani are all qualified for that seat.
And that's in here? We can,
I will nominate Deborah Lynch.
I'll
Any other
nominate,
nominations?
I'll nominate Linda Rush.
Any others? All right, do this the old-fashioned way. Councilmember Zernskaya? I'm sorry, who nominated, who nominated Lynch?
I did.
Okay, sorry.
And
Okay.
I nominated Rush.
Okay, Councilmember Zernskaya,
Lynch.
Councilmember Snell,
yeah, you just went against the one you. Oh, we're doing the old-fashioned way? Yeah.
that's only two.
Just did my vote.
That's
You
okay.
don't, it's okay, just say the name,
name.
Lynch or Rush.
Mayor
Turn
Pro
your
Tem
mic on,
DeRosas,
yeah.
Lynch.
Councilmember Raskin,
Lynch.
Councilmember Hall,
Lynch.
Councilmember Zwick,
Lynch.
and Mayor Negrete.
Lynch.
Okay.
Okay, welcome to the Housing Commission. Deborah, Lynch. Well,
Human Services?
welcome
or-
back.
And then we have two seats who just must be Santa Monica residents. We have 4 applicants: Lydia Garcia, Timothy Gugel, Gregory Harris, Shane Hickson.
I'd like to nominate Lydia Garcia and Shane Hickson.
For 2 seats. So can we, I would second that and just say that we.
I would third
voice-
that,
Voice vote.
Well, we can't do a voice vote, we still have to do a roll.
because he's on the phone.
Right, but I would say we don't need to rank choice.
Right, okay. Okay, Councilmember Zernskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem DeRosas,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes. All right.
And so moving forward with the Human Services Commission, which I believe is next, I would like to nominate Kevin Glover and Ivan Gallegos for the 2 available seats. And if anyone wants to second that and not rank choice it,
I'll second it.
I would love that.
I'll second it.
I'm sorry, I'm going to nominate the incumbent Giselle Ilmazar.
Any others? All right, give me a second.
Gotta vote.
It's just, it's 2 seats though, correct?
Yeah.
Now we have 3.
So whoever's the top 2,
Which is Kevin, Giselle,
and Ivan.
Ivan.
Gallegos.
Sorry, Elaine.
Right, is it this one too?
Glover is misspelled, but.
It's fine, we
It's fine, we know
know.
what it.
Missing 2. Missing 1.
I think I did it.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
Is that Jesse?
Yeah.
Where are we? Human Services.
You got recorded,
Fall
Jesse.
asleep?
A little later here. All right. Okay. There we go. Sorry.
All right. So Kevin Glover and Giselle Yilmaser were nominated, the two incumbents. Here are the votes. Right,
All right, so where we going now?
landmark. There are 2 open seats. There are 2 incumbents, Gloria Garvin, Amy Green. Amy Green needs the 5 votes, which we waived that earlier. And then we also have Joseph DeRosa, or not waived, you know what I mean, and Neil Payton.
I'd like to nominate Neil Payton and Amy Green.
Any other nominations?
I'm going to nominate Gloria Garvin.
Any others?
Besides landmarks?
This is landmarks, yes.
And did we say Amy Green?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we vote?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's ready.
I wish this thing would just remember my name.
Need 3.
Got them all, man?
Need 1.
Sorry, it's me. I'm having a hot flash. It's like a really bad one.
Please stand by, I have a fan.
Oh my God.
Of course you do.
Natalia's got everything.
Got everything. She's
Like
cleaning
Mary
up.
Poppins with them
I know. I tell you. She's a
Have a popsicle
hot
in there.
flashes.
Oh my God, thanks.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, that's
Ooh.
a pretty one.
Thank you, it's from the Renaissance
Ooh,
Fair.
it's heavy duty.
All right, so Neil Payton and Amy Green were appointed.
Okay.
Amy Green received the 5 votes necessary. I think.
Now we're going to.
No, wait.
I just realized Wasserman's waiting.
It's a-
He's like, I'm not.
He's waiting.
We should have done that first.
Amy Green was pre-cleared at the very beginning of the motion.
Oof, this is very effective.
I'm glad.
You don't need to charge it. It's perfect.
Yeah. And it's pretty.
It is pretty.
All right. Next is the Personnel Board. There's only one
No,
candidate.
personnel bill? Is
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission.
Oh, sorry, I got switched.
Oh, sorry.
I nominate Michael Kirschbaum by acclamation because he's the only one, I believe.
Well, we still have to do.
I'm sorry, we're on
voice.
planning. We'll go
Oh,
back to
so
planning.
Planning.
What happened to personnel?
Oh, wait, no, it is Personnel Board. Yeah, who told me to go to planning? It's
We
personnel.
did. Don't listen to us. We were just looking at the QR codes, or at least I was.
All right.
There's only one person.
There's only one person, so
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember, or Mayor Potem Trosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Sirotskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
C. Yes.
All right, now the Planning Commission, there's one open seat. And we have 5 applicants: Al Dram, Robbie Lear, Elizabeth Selby, Samuel Shapiro Klein, and Jacob Wasserman.
I'd like to nominate Jacob Wasserman, Samuel Shapiro Klein, and Robbie Lear.
Any other nominations? Who voted already?
Are we going?
I have to edit
How many seats?
Okay, now it's ready.
I think mine had extra names, but I don't know. I hope that doesn't mess it up. Doesn't matter. Oh, it does.
You want me to reset the vote?
No, it's.
I don't know. Is mine gonna screw it all up, even if I have my top?
So I'm gonna just reset the vote.
Want me to do it over? You mean?
Yes, please.
Sorry. That was my fault.
Oh, man, I did it already once. Now I
All
gotta
right.
go back.
All right, well,
Jing and Roxanne are waiting to see what happens over there.
It's riveting.
They're really nervous.
They're doing caricature sketches of us, so. we're done.
It's worse than that.
Okay, I was first in though, I think.
missing 3.
Should there be 3 total?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I can't see his face, so I don't know what's happening.
Close your eyes, Jacob. I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay, they're all in. So Jacob Wasserman,
Yay, welcome to the board. Welcome to the Planning Commission. Jacob. All right.
all right, next. Oh, you're here.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what we were talking about.
Congratulations, Jacob.
Congratulations, and thank you for staying up with us.
That's right.
These are nice.
May as well stay to the end now, isn't it exciting? No.
No, it's okay, no pressure.
I'm
go
just
home,
joking. I'm
it's fine,
kidding. We're
it's
kidding.
fine.
We're totally
He
kidding.
has kids,
You
go
should go home. Please go home.
Also, we haven't been ceremonially changing our votes, but I'm very excited here on the planning commission.
All right, the next body is the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. There are 3 seats available. The incumbent is Angela Scott. And we have Xavier Bannister, Jeffrey Duncan, Stuart Graber, and Zoe Montanier.
I'd like to move that we fill 1 seat this evening and continue the remaining 2 seats.
Second.
Councilmember Zenitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay. Nominees?
I'd like to nominate Angela Scott.
Second.
Any other nominations? Councilmember Zenitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay. Next is Parks and Recreation. There's 1 seat available. Candidate or applicants are Daniel Campbell, Mitch Dorff, Nikki Kolhoff, Sonam Baker, Jaleh Marashimi, Julie Stevens, and Daniel, I have Daniel Campbell twice, sorry. That's
I'd
it.
like to nominate Jaleh.
I'd like to nominate Sonam Makur and Daniel Campbell.
Oh, sorry. I also wanted to nominate Daniel Campbell, but you did that. Thank you.
Jaleh, and I'm sorry, who was the other one? Sonam Malker?
Sonam Makur.
Anybody else? You should have 3 candidates on your ballots. Begin voting. Missing 2.
I'm working on it.
I don't know who it is. I'm not giving, I'm just saying where we're at. Missing 1. Okay, they're all in. So the winner is Sonam Makur. All right.
This so far.
Next, so library board, there are there's one seat available. The incumbent is Jason Lynn. The other applicants are Catherine Farley, Nick Flagg, Thea Harvey, Dan Hugh Jones, Nina K. Prasad, and Noning Given Vikas. I don't know if that's their actual.
I'd like to
name.
nominate
He's not
Jason
eligible
Lynn.
anyway. Sorry, he's not eligible.
This is for the library board?
Yes.
I'd like to nominate Jason Lynn.
Any others? Councilmember Zwick?
No nominations, sorry.
No, I'm
No.
calling the roll.
He nominated, so you're saying yes. There's only
We're
one.
just going with Jason. Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Awesome.
Jesse was pumped.
I know.
Next is the Transit Occupancy Board. There's 4 seats open, 2 seats available for the Santa Monica resident, 2 seats available for the member representative of a local hospitality business. For the Santa Monica resident, the incumbent is Albin Gillich. The second candidate is Karsten Vissering, who I think was just appointed, right? So it's just the one.
I'd like to nominate Alvin Gillich.
Yeah,
Okay.
y'all know what I'm gonna say.
Councilmember Zwick?
For the resident?
Yes.
Who's that?
Albin.
Yes. Yes.
I do not know Albin.
I thought we had were there 5 seats open?
There's 4 seats open, but there's only one candidate was already appointed to the resident seat there, so there's only one other applicant for the Santa Monica resident. The other 3 candidates are for the hospitality, the hotels. So it's 2 different seats.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay. For the other seat, there's 2 seats available. Jacob DeLuey is the incumbent, and Christophe Berton is the appointment that SMTT has recommended, and Brian Boyhan is the 3rd applicant.
Sorry, point of order. Does SMTT board, are they authorized to make a recommendation?
It's
Typically,
a
our commissions
non-binding
are not.
recommendation, yes.
Typically, per resolution 11510, boards and commissions are not authorized to make a recommendation.
This
Is
is different.
SMTT different?
This is different because this is a measure. This was a.
Okay,
yeah, this is-
understood.
yeah.
Thank you.
It's a
Uh,
non-binding recommendation now, so.
I'd like to nominate Jacob DeLuey and Christophe Baraton.
Any others? Oh, thank God. Okay. Jacob DeLuey, sorry. Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes, we're turning into gremlins. It's midnight.
And
Alright.
for the urban task force, I'd like to nominate all of the 7 incumbents.
So I do want to just make a note of the fact that Jerry Rubin currently, well, I don't know how this happened, but the previous council appointed him to a seat that he's technically not qualified for because it's an arborist seat, but they were having a hard time filling it, so.
I mean, I feel
He's an
like
arborist. He
he's an
planted a tree.
arborist.
I love Jerry, I'm just saying. He doesn't technically qualify for the seat.
He's an
Do we have-
honorary arborist.
Do we have someone who does? Because I think the idea was that we didn't have an applicant who did.
That is correct. Other than the 2 incumbents, yeah, there was no other
Right, and
qualified.
he's
We're
like
qualified
lobbied
Great.
us to plant trees in Santa Monica.
It's just a
so-
point of order.
No, but
Okay, well
is,
then let's just waive the rules again. Then.
yeah, because there's nobody else that he'd be going up against that's
Right.
qualified.
I would
So,
agree.
do we all agree to waive the rules? Do we need to do a roll call vote for that?
You need a motion.
Dang it, Zwick, because you're on the phone, we got a roll call for everything.
Made the motion.
Jesse Zwick made the motion, I seconded.
Seconded.
Okay. I'm giving it to Barry. All right. Council members Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
No.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Of course, yes.
Councilmember Zernskaya.
Is this the motion to suspend the rules? So
Yes.
that, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete.
I gotta have like a cool tone. Yes.
That passes 6-1.
Mayor, I'd like to explain my no vote. So it's not immediately clear to me that we can do what we just did. I support all 7 of these individuals returning to the Urban Forest Task Force, but I think we should find a way to make that correct if that is the case.
Great.
He wants to fill the seat the way it's supposed to be
Maybe our
filled.
city attorney can come back to us with options.
One option would be to remove all of these requirements for these seats.
We have way too many requirements for all of these seats.
It is
honestly.
past
It's
midnight,
ridiculous.
council, and I want to move on to the rest of this so we can adjourn.
Okay,
Well-
but we need to vote on,
Let's vote on
Well,
these
Armando
7.
Martinez is an arborist. I don't know if we need multiple arborists.
I'm sorry?
Armando Martinez is an arborist.
It's just like every other commission, we have like so many people have to be this or that, so we can modify that at a later date. It looks like we just passed this vote, so now the next vote is to
To actually
implement,
seats with the
to appoint
current
all
Would
7
fill the
incumbents.
seats with Robin Carmichael, Dana Kaufman, Emily Forster, Andrew Gledhill, Andrew Hoyer, Armando Martinez, and Jerry Rubin, all of our incumbents.
So that's a
Okay.
motion by
I'll
Terosa,
second, Barry.
Snell. Okay, Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Potem Terosa,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernskaya.
To clarify, would the arborist seat then be filled by Armando Martinez?
It's all the incumbents that are,
All the incumbents, so if there is
Well,
a
it's not
seat-
just an arborist, it's an arborist or a professional experience in urban forestry, landscaping, horticulture.
Okay, so I believe Armando Martinez would meet that criteria,
Have an
so.
adjournment before
Yes, with Armando Martinez for that seat and the remaining incumbents for the other seats. Thank you.
Mayor Negrete.
yes.
All right. So moving on to item 6B, appointment to 1 annual council member vacancy on the audit subcommittee for a term ending June 30, 2029. This is the seat currently held by Councilmember Hall.
I nominate Dan Hall.
I'm sure he's thrilled about that. Sorry. I'm
Is- is
sorry.
it the no- If the
You accept?
nomination needs a
Or
second.
do you want to nominate someone else?
I will accept.
Second.
I'm sorry, who, well, we don't need a second.
Yeah, we just have to do a vote.
Nominated Dan.
We have to do a roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Zernskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Potem Terosa.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
I'm done.
Okay. So we have an adjournment, and Councilmember Hall has that. I thought you did, but I didn't see it, so I figured you kept it. Was it? I can read it, but. Oh.
Tonight, we adjourn our meeting in memory of Roger Nichols, a gifted composer, songwriter, multi-instrumentalist, and proud Santa Monica High School graduate who passed away on May 17th, 2025 at the age of 84. Born in Montana in 1940, Roger moved with his family to Santa Monica shortly after his birth. He would go on to graduate from Santa Monica High School and begin a storied music career that would leave a lasting imprint on popular culture. Though his musical legacy reached audiences around the world, Roger's roots in Santa Monica remained strong throughout his life. A prolific and influential songwriter, Roger Nichols is best known for co-writing some of the most beloved hits of the 1970s, including We've Only Just Begun and Rainy Days and Mondays for the Carpenters, Out in the Country for Three Dog Night, and Times of Your Life, performed by Paul Anka. His collaborations with lyricists such as Paul Williams, Tony Asher, and Bill Lane produced songs that became emotional touchstones for generations. Roger also gave back to the Santa Monica community through music. In 1975, during the city's centennial celebration, he composed original songs and held a 2-day concert at the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium in honor of the city's 100th birthday. He and his co-writer Bill Lane also submitted a song called Our Town by the Sea to the city's contest for an official city song, a piece that would ultimately be reworked and sold to Kodak as the iconic theme Times of Your Life. Beyond music, Roger Nichols was a successful jeweler and shared a creative spirit with his brother Ted Nichols, who also composed music for television and film. Tonight, we honor Roger Nichols not just for his profound musical contributions, but also for the joy, beauty, and sense of place he brought to Santa Monica through his work. His legacy lives on in the melodies that continue to move us and a deep connection he held to our city by the sea.
Oh, he's the same age as my dad. My dad played on 3 songs with him, so I hope that for Route 66, we can revive some of the music that he wrote. Thank you for sticking it through. We did go past midnight. We'll try not to do that again, but have a good evening, and we will see you back here July 8th for our regular city council meeting.